You may be lying in bed, letting the weight of the day soften. Your breath slows, like reeds bending with the evening wind. The noise of the world grows distant, and you float in the stillness as though resting upon the waters of an ancient river. Tonight, you are invited to drift into the forgotten songs of Sumer, to hear the first sacred hymns whispered from clay tablets, to walk among temples where people once prayed to the stars, and to rest in the echoes of their beliefs about the soul, the gods, and the afterlife, like a lantern flickering in silence. The Sumerian world glows faintly, a memory across 5,000 years, guiding you gently into sleep. Chapter 1: Eridu, the first city of the gods in the southern marshes of Mesopotamia, where rivers spread into winding channels of reeds, and salt flat, a city began to rise. Its name was Eridu. For the Sumerians, this place was not only the first city of men, but the dwelling of gods. They believed that civilization itself began here, in the wetlands where water touched the earth with quiet persistence. Archaeologists, digging into the layered earth of Tel Abu Sharaim, have uncovered evidence of its great age. Beneath the soil, the remains of temples built and rebuilt across millennia lie stacked one upon another. The oldest foundations date back more than 6,000 years. To the Sumerians, this ancient depth was not measured in years, but in divine presence. They spoke of Eridu as the city of Enki, the god of waters, wisdom, and creation. The ziggurat of Eridu was dedicated to him. From a distance, it would have appeared like a rising mound of baked clay and brick, climbing tier by tier toward the open sky. Around it stretched marshland, alive with reeds swaying in the wind. The air smelled of silt and brine. To the people, this was sacred landscape. Water was life, and Enki's temple was built at the edge where land met the vast waters of the Persian Gulf. Hymns written on clay tablets describe Enki as the bringer of order. His wisdom poured out like rivers. He shaped the boundaries between fresh water and salt, between fertile land and desolation. He gave humankind the gifts of craft, irrigation, and knowledge. In the hymns, he is father and teacher, speaking softly to guide creation into balance. Imagine standing in the temple courtyard as the priests prepared offerings. Bowls of water glistened in the sun. Palm fronds whispered in the breeze. The voices of chanters rose in steady rhythm, carrying hymns into the open air. Their words honored Enki as the one who establishes foundations, who cleanses the heart. Of the land, who gives wisdom to the people. The sound would have mingled with the rustle of reeds and the lapping of distant waters, creating a harmony between ritual and nature. The earliest Sumerians built Eridu not as a marketplace or a fortress, but as a spiritual center. Unlike later cities that competed for power, Eridu was remembered as a place of origin where the line between heaven and earth was thin. In the Sumerian king list, a document etched in cuneiform, it is written after kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. These words echo the belief that authority and order did not begin in human hands, but in divine gift flowing down from Enki's dwelling. Archaeological remains show layers of temples rebuilt across centuries. Each new generation raised walls upon the ruins of the older, never abandoning the place, always returning to the same sacred ground. The deepest levels contain simple shrines, yet filled with devotion. Higher layers reveal more complex structures, larger courts, and stairways that rose toward the sky. These shifts mark the slow unfolding of civilization. From humble offerings to monumental architecture, the hymns to Enki tell of his dwelling not only in Eridu, but in the Abzu, the deep fresh water beneath the earth. The Abzu was imagined as an underground sea, hidden, silent, eternal. From this unseen reservoir, life emerged. Rivers, wells, and canals drew from its source. In ritual, water poured in libations symbolized this connection. When worshippers washed their hands before prayer, they echoed the act of purification drawn from Enki's deep waters. Enki was more than a water god. He was keeper of the Mi, sacred laws and gifts that made civilization possible. The Mi included music, writing, kingship, weaving, and justice. In Sumerian stories, Enki distributed these gifts among cities, ensuring that culture and order spread across the land. In Eridu, hymns celebrated him as the one who made wide understanding present, who opened the storehouses of wisdom, who gave knowledge to humankind. The marshes around Eridu played their part in this sense of sacredness. For early settlers, reeds provided shelter, boats, and firewood. Fish swam in the waterways. Birds nested in the grasses. The marsh was both shelter and mystery, shifting, shimmering, impossible to tame. To build a temple here was to claim a place between the shifting waters and the enduring sky. It was to say that even in a land of change, there could be foundation. At night, the stars reflected in the dark waters around Eridu. Priests and watchers looked upward, tracing patterns that would later guide calendars and rituals. The hymn writers saw no division between heaven and earth. The sky was a mirror, and the gods moved through both realms. Enki's wisdom was not confined to the temple walls, but spread outward into the night air, carried by the sound of chanting. Into the silence, stories remembered Eridu as a city touched by the flood. In the Sumerian flood myth, a tale older than the one later told in Genesis, the god Enki warned the sage Uruk of the coming waters. He instructed him to build a boat to preserve life through the destruction. Eridu, as the city of Enki, stood as both beginning and safeguard. It held the memory of life before the flood and the wisdom to carry life through disaster. Walking among the ruins today, the temple mounds are quiet. Sunlight falls across scattered bricks. The marshes have receded, leaving dry earth and broken stone, yet the silence is not empty. It carries echoes of hymns, the rhythm of footsteps, the steady offering of water. Eridu may no longer be filled with worshippers, but the memory of its sacred role lingers in the hush of this first city. One feels the stillness of beginnings. Civilization itself is like the calm before dawn, a fragile glow rising from the reeds. Eridu holds that silence. It whispers of the moment before songs filled the air, before laws were written, before history began to flow. And as night falls again over its ancient foundations, Eridu remains what it was in memory. The first city of the gods, the place where wisdom touched the earth like water, and where silence itself became sacred. Chapter 2. Nippur, city of Enlil, keeper of breath. In the center of ancient Sumer lay Nippur, a city unlike the others. Ur, Uruk, Lagash, these were seats of kings and dynasties, places where power shifted with wars and treaties. But Nippur stood apart. It was not ruled by kingship, nor remembered for palaces. It was remembered for something higher. Nippur belonged to Enlil, the great lord of air, storm, and destiny. The Sumerians called him the keeper of breath. They imagined that the very act of inhaling life came from his unseen presence. When the child was born, it was Enlil who placed breath into fragile lungs. When rulers rose or fell, it was his will that carried their fortunes. In hymns, his word was described as wind itself, invisible, yet powerful enough to lift mountains or scatter armies. The temple of Nippur, known as the Eker, was one of the most sacred sites in Mesopotamia. Its name meant House of the Mountain, built not as a dwelling for men, but as a stairway for the divine. It rose with terraced walls of mud brick, its summit shining in the sun. Pilgrims traveled from across the land to stand in its courtyards. Even kings from other cities laid aside their crowns in Nippur for here. Authority was measured not by armies, but by devotion to Enlil. Clay tablets from the site preserve hymns chanted in his honor. They describe Enlil as the father of the black-headed people, the Sumerians themselves. He is sung as the one who holds the tablet of destinies, a symbol of cosmic order. In those hymns, his voice is both gentle and commanding, a whisper that carries across fields, and a storm that shakes the foundations of stone. Archaeologists have uncovered layers of Nippur's ruins. They reveal altars where offerings were made and archives where scribes copied the oldest versions of the Sumerian king list. This was not coincidence. For the Sumerians, only Nippur could bestow legitimacy. A king might conquer cities, but without Enlil's blessing at Nippur, his reign lacked divine sanction. To rule was to seek Enlil's breath upon one's name. The priests of Nippur tended daily rituals. At dawn, they purified the courtyards with water, pouring libations into channels that symbolized rivers of creation. At midday, they lit incense that curled upward, rising into the air like unseen prayers. And at dusk, they recited hymns in steady cadence, voices blending into the evening wind. To them, each action maintained balance, a way of keeping the rhythm between human life and cosmic order. Imagine the city at that hour when the sun dipped below the horizon. Streets fell into shadow. The sound of sandals on baked earth faded. The only voices were those of priests chanting in the temple, their tones low and measured. Above, the breeze stirred the reeds at the edge of the river. In such moments, the city itself seemed to breathe with Enlil. Enlil's character was complex. He was praised as the father who gave life, but he was also feared as the force who could take it away. In myths, he could be stern, even severe. One story tells that it was Enlil who unleashed the Great Flood, deciding that humanity had become too noisy and restless. Yet, even in this severity, there was order, a cycle of cleansing and renewal. To the Sumerians, Enlil was not cruel, but absolute. His will was the fabric of destiny itself. In everyday life, this belief shaped the way people saw their place in the world. To rise against destiny was unthinkable. To live well was to align with Enlil's breath, to walk in step with the unseen rhythm. Farmers sowed their fields with prayers to him, asking for winds that would bring rain. Kings swore oaths at his temple, seeking the strength of storms to defend their cities. Even ordinary families whispered his name at night, knowing that his unseen breath moved through their homes as surely as the wind moved through their doors. The Eker Temple was more than stone. It was believed to be the link between earth and the heavens, a cosmic axis where gods descended to listen. Sumerian hymns describe it as the mooring post of the sky, anchoring the vastness of the divine into the clay of human ground. Within its chambers, priests recited Enlil's titles: Great Mountain, Lord Wind, King of all lands. Each title was a reminder that his authority extended beyond walls, rivers, and horizons. Scribes at Nippur preserved texts that spread far beyond Sumer. Centuries later, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians still revered the city. They continued to visit the Ika, offering gifts to Enlil, even when their own capitals lay far away. Nippur endured because it was not bound to politics. Its power was in its sanctity, and sanctity could not be conquered. The hymns written for Enlil reveal another image, that of breath as destiny. To breathe was to live, but also to carry a thread of fate. In Sumerian thought, life was not random. Each person carried a destiny inscribed by the gods, and Enlil was the one who gave voice to it. His breath was the current on which each life moved. To resist it was to be lost. To follow, it was to find peace. In this sense, the quiet streets of Nippur at dusk carried meaning. Each whisper of the wind was more than air. It was the reminder of destiny moving unseen. Priests may have walked those streets with calm reverence, knowing that their chants did not create the sacred, but revealed it. The people of Nippur lived in the presence of a god who could not be seen, yet whose breath was always felt. Today, the ruins of Nippur are silent mounds of clay. The walls of the Eker have crumbled. The river that once carried pilgrims has shifted course. Yet in the scattered bricks and broken tablets lies a memory of that breath, the unseen force that gave life and direction. To stand among the ruins is to feel the weight of air itself, as though the past still lingers in each gust of wind, and in that silence, Enlil remains, not in stone or inscription, but in the endless rhythm of air moving over earth. The city of Nippur may have fallen to time, but its god was never bound to walls. He was always the keeper of breath, the voice that cannot be seen, the destiny that still moves quietly across the world. Chapter 3. Uruk Songs Beneath the Temple of Inanna rises in memory as more than a city of stone. It is a place of rhythm, of voices lifted in praise, of devotion shaped into sound. At its heart stands the temple of Inanna, the goddess, who embodies both war and love, both fierce power and tender desire. The temple is not quiet. Even in stillness, the air carries the breath of hymns. Women and men enter its sacred space, their steps soft against worn clay, their voices blending into chants that have echoed for centuries. The goddess is not imagined as distant, but near. She is star and flame, jewel and shadow, a presence that receives offerings not only in ritual, but in song. Her followers call her the morning star, rising with brilliance at dawn, and the evening star, glowing above the night. To them, she is the rhythm of time itself. First light, last light, guiding harvests, battles, and the turning of hearts. Her temple reflects this duality. Statues of Inanna gleam with gold, lapis, and carnelian, their surfaces lit by countless offerings brought by hands both wealthy and poor. Inanna's temple hymns survive in fragments of clay tablets. Their words carry reverence, but also longing. They do not speak to a distant deity beyond reach, but to one who feels hunger, who knows desire, who listens to the human heart. Inanna is praised as she brings fertility to the fields, yet she is also feared for her power in battle, her storms of rage and conquest. Worshippers come not to beg for mercy alone, but to be near her, to be seen, to be remembered. The sound of music fills the air as priests and priestesses lead the offerings. Instruments made of wood and string resonate, while voices rise and fall in patterned rhythm. You begin to imagine standing there at the edge of the gathering, hearing the way sound bends beneath stone ceilings, how each note lingers, how each word floats like smoke into the sacred dark. The songs are not uniform. Some are cries of devotion, asking for Inanna's protection. Others are sensual hymns, rejoicing in her beauty, celebrating her body as divine. Inanna is unlike the gods of war alone. She is both, and she is more. To Sumerians, she embodies the wholeness of life itself: love, wrath, abundance, destruction. The music reflects this tension, carrying both softness and sharpness, tenderness and fire. Her temple in Uruk becomes the center of not just worship, but culture itself. The earliest known epics, songs, and poems flow from here. The story of her descent into the underworld, her struggle with death and return to life, is sung in cycles, reminding all who hear it that renewal follows loss, and that even gods are not free from shadow. These stories are not spoken as distant myths, but as living truths woven into daily prayer. The temple glows with candles at dusk. Worshippers move through its gates, their garments brushing against carved walls, their hands carrying offerings of bread, oil, and flowers. The songs soften into whispers as night deepens, yet the devotion never fades. The city itself seems to hum with her presence, Even beyond the temple, artisans carve her likeness into stone seals. Merchants carry her image on clay tokens, and households whisper prayers to her name. Inanna is also a goddess of paradox. She is called Queen of Heaven, yet she descends into the darkness of the underworld. She is guardian of love, yet she unleashes destruction upon nations. The hymns embrace this duality without fear. They do not separate tenderness from violence, but see them as two faces of one power. To the people of Uruk, Inanna is life itself, unpredictable, radiant, dangerous. Beloved, when the hymns describe her as morning star and evening star, they tie her to Venus, the brightest light in the dawn and dusk sky. To Sumerians, the shifting of this star mirrors Inanna's own nature. She disappears, then returns. She shines in one place, then moves to another. She is faithful, yet restless, eternal, yet ever-changing. The night sky becomes her canvas, the city her home, the temple her body. The songs sung beneath her temple are not only for her, they are also for those who sing them. In the rhythm of devotion, the worshippers find themselves drawn into the goddess's dual nature. To sing of her love is to awaken desire in themselves. To sing of her wrath is to feel the shadow that lurks in every heart. The temple becomes a mirror, and the goddess within it reflects both divinity and humanity. Uruk itself is shaped by her presence. The city thrives as a place of innovation, art, and faith. Inanna's temple stands at its center like a heartbeat, giving rhythm to life. The hymns sung there spread beyond its walls, carried by travelers and traders, etched into clay tablets that survive thousands of years later. Through them, the voices of her worshippers continue to echo. Long after the candles have turned to Inanna is intimate, tender, and raw. Unlike the distant gods of other lands, she is near enough to touch, dangerous enough to fear, and beloved enough to adore endlessly. The songs beneath her temple do not fade into silence. They linger like breath held between night and morning, between longing and fulfillment. And as you drift with those voices, rising softly beneath her shrine, you sense what her followers once felt, that the line between human and divine is thinner than breath, and that somewhere beyond stone and star, her song still continues. Chapter 4. You're the hymns of the moon god, Nanna, the city of your rises from the desert plains of southern Mesopotamia, where the Euphrates bends and the stars once shone unbroken by modern light. Here, in one of the oldest centers of human settlement, the people turned their eyes to the heavens and found guidance in the slow, dependable rhythm of the moon. The god they honored was Nanna, also known as Sin, lord of cycles, keeper of tides, guardian of the calendar. His presence was not one of thunder or fire, but of light and order. Where the sun commanded the day in brilliance, the moon carried the night in quiet strength. And so, Ur became his city, crowned by the ziggurat that lifted his temple toward the sky. On clay tablets, pressed by the reeds of scribes, hymns to Nanna were etched. These were prayers not only of devotion, but of survival. Farmers waited for the moon's phases to tell them when to sow seeds, when to irrigate their fields, when to expect floods, and when to harvest. Kings too measured their reigns against the moon, using its cycles to mark festivals, oaths, and rituals that held society together. You imagine lying beneath that same silver-lit sky. The moon climbs slowly, lighting the pale mud brick walls of yore, casting long shadows over the narrow streets. In this stillness, the hymns feel like lullabies rising softly from the courtyards and temple halls. Each voice folds into the next, repeating ancient lines that mirror the waxing and waning above. Nanna's temple was no small shrine. It was the heart of Ur, the ziggurat of Ur, built of millions of mud bricks, layered into terraces that reached like steps toward the heavens. Priests ascended its ramps, carrying offerings, milk, bread, incense, and oil, each gift meant to honor the steady light that governed their nights. From its summit, the stars were clearer, the horizon endless. To stand there was to feel small, yet guided within the vast order of the cosmos. The hymns themselves spoke of comfort in the cycles. To watch the crescent grow into fullness was to believe in abundance ahead. To see it fade was not despair, but the assurance that renewal always followed. Life, death, and rebirth were written into the sky, repeated month after month, unbroken for generations. In these verses, Nanna is praised as father and judge, as the one who lifts prayers to higher gods, and as the keeper of justice in human affairs. His light was thought to travel across the heavens and into the underworld, carrying both blessing and warning. A full moon could be a sign of favor, but an eclipse brought trembling, as if the natural order had been touched by the hand of fate. Still, the people of Ur found comfort in the rhythm. The moon did not betray them. It came and went, waned, and waxed like breath itself. To lie beneath its glow was to rest in its certainty, to feel that time was not chaos, but a circle, on festival nights. The city gathered in the temple precincts. Musicians played lyres, drums, and flutes. The hymns rose with the music, weaving sound into ritual. Women and men alike joined their voices, echoing lines written long before their own birth. The words praised Nanna as a shepherd of people, as the guardian of truth, as the one whose silver light stitched the earth and heavens together. You begin to sense how the people leaned into this rhythm. In times of uncertainty, when rivers flooded or harvests failed, they could look to the sky and remember that even decline was part of a greater cycle. Loss was never final. Renewal was always on the horizon. The moon's phases guided not only farmers, but also the flow of time itself. Months were measured from crescent to crescent. Festivals rose and fell in harmony with the lunar calendar. The great New Year celebrations, sacred to kings and citizens alike, unfolded under its phases. In this way, Nanna was both cosmic ruler and daily companion, a deity who stitched the ordinary and the eternal into one seamless fabric. The hymns were intimate. They called Nanna Father, Lord of Wisdom, Light of the dark sky. They described his horns of light as a crown and his journey as both protector and witness. His temple hymns were sung with reverence, but also with a softness that resembled lullabies. They carried rhythm, measure, and a gentleness that echoed the moon's own pace. Imagine a priest standing within the echoing halls of the ziggurat. Oil lamps flicker, casting light over a carved stone and baked brick. The hymn begins slowly, steady, each syllable in tune with drum beats. Outside, the city quiets, listening. Inside, the rhythm feels endless, like the passing of time itself. 4. King Nanna's cycles were more than symbolic. They set the pace of law, war, and governance. To rule without his blessing was unthinkable. To align one's reign with the moon was to walk in harmony with divine order. Oaths were sworn in his name, promises sealed under his light. Even justice was measured against the moon's phases, for Nanna was thought to weigh truth and falsehood with impartial clarity. For farmers, the moon was a clock more reliable than any human tool. Its glow told them when waters would rise, when earth would be fertile, when darkness would linger long enough for planting. The hymns they sang were not only praises, but instructions passed from one generation to the next. To follow Nanna's rhythm was to survive. The people of yore lived by this trust. Even as empires rose and fell, as rulers changed and dynasties faded, the hymns continued. Clay tablets carried the words forward, their marks pressed deep enough to outlast centuries. Through them, the voice of your still hums, steady, measured, and unbroken. The lullabies of Nanna were not simply to soothe the mind. They were a framework for life, a spiritual assurance that no season was final. Birth returned after death. Growth followed decay. Light rose after shadow. You feel the quiet weight of this belief. The moon is more than an object in the sky. It becomes a reminder that existence itself is bound to rhythm, to cycles that cannot be broken. The people of yore sang to Nanna not only because they feared the night, but because they trusted its light to return. As the silver glow spreads over the desert, the hymns soften. The priests' voices fade into the night air, carried over rooftops and narrow alleys. Somewhere in the distance, a family lies awake, listening. A child drifts to sleep under that silver beam, comforted by the same rhythm their ancestors knew. The moon remains. The hymns endure. And in their quiet cadence, you begin to wonder, is time itself a hymn sung endlessly beneath the stars? Chapter 5. Lagash, the city of Gudia's prayers. Lagash rests in the memory of clay and stone, a city once shaped by devotion, vision, and the dreams of a single ruler. Gudia, the Ensi, or governor of Lagash, is remembered not for conquest or violence, but for the steady rhythm of his prayers and the temples he raised in honor of the gods. Unlike kings who carved their glory into battle records, Gudia left behind hymns and inscriptions that read more like quiet meditations. He wrote of humility before the divine, of service to higher powers, and of the strange way in which the gods crossed into human sleep, guiding his hands as though the city itself were shaped in the silence of the night. Lagash, during his reign, does not shimmer with the chaos of empires at war. It is steadier, more measured. Archaeologists find evidence of a city devoted to temple building, water management, and offerings to the gods. But in reverence, Gudia speaks of dreams where the gods themselves visited. Him, in one, the goddess Nizoba, patroness of writing and wisdom, appears holding a tablet. On it were the plans for a temple that must be built. Gudia, half between waking and sleep, carried those visions into clay and brick. He ordered the temple of Ningirsu, the warrior god, to be built according to the divine blueprint. He records the instructions not as his own achievement, but as an obedience, a surrender to something higher than his will. You imagine him seated before a lamp, the flame dim, stylus pressed into wet clay. His hand moves with care, line by line, as if afraid to disturb the fragile boundary between the dream he received and the waking world he must serve. Each mark carries the weight in the statues of Gudea, carved from diorite and left behind for centuries. His posture is calm, hands folded in quiet prayer, eyes wide, not fierce, but attentive, as though he is still listening to the gods speaking in his sleep. Even in stone, he does not command. He waits, he listens, he honors. The inscriptions he leaves are prayers in themselves. He writes of offerings not as transactions, but as acts of humility. The cleansing of hands, the washing of tools, the silence before work begins. These were not empty rituals. They were seen as openings, ways of aligning human labor with divine order. As the moon rose and set, Lagash lived within cycles of worship, tied not only to survival, but to spiritual order. The people trusted that their ruler was chosen not through power alone, but through visions. And visions were not random. They were bridges between the human and the sacred. In these quiet inscriptions, something timeless lingers. Gudea writes of dreams as if they were maps. He accepts guidance without pride, recording it so that others may follow. His words echo like gentle instructions, soft directions to live with humility, with reverence. With gratitude, you begin to sense why his memory endures differently than that of other rulers. His city is remembered not as a place of bloodshed, but as a place where prayer guided stone. His voice does not echo with commands shouted across armies. It hums with the soft rhythm of devotion, passed from clay to clay, from him to him. When you imagine the temples of Lagash, you see not only bricks and columns, but a vision woven from dreams. Walls rising out of silence, aligned with the stars, shaped by instructions received in sleep. Sacred architecture is not only built, it is revealed. The prayers of Gudea still carry a softness, even across 3 millennia. They speak not only of duty to the gods, but of the quiet state of being required to serve them, to wash, to listen, to wait for the night to reveal its hidden plan. Perhaps this is why his words continue to feel almost like lullabies. They are instructions for living, but also for resting. They remind the listener that there is order beyond chaos, a rhythm beyond fear, a guidance that comes not in noise, but in silence. Lagash becomes more than a city in this way. It becomes a testament to the unseen, to the belief that within dreams there are blueprints, within silence there is command, and within devotion there is peace. And so, beneath the weight of centuries, the city of Gudea whispers through its clay tablets. A whisper not of conquest, but of prayer, the whisper asks. In your own night, when dreams arrive, do you dismiss them as shadows? Or do you listen as he once did, for the sacred hand shaping them into something enduring? Chapter 6. Enki, Lord of Waters and Wisdom. The Sumerians live in a land cradled between two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Lives depend on the water that flows, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. In this setting, water is not only a necessity, but also a sacred mystery, a force that nourishes and shapes everything. From this reverence rises the figure of Enki, Lord of fresh waters, Master of wisdom, patron of healing, and one of the most enduring deities. Of the ancient Mesopotamian world, Enki dwells in the Abzu, the deep underground ocean imagined beneath the earth. The Abzu is not a raging sea, but a vast hidden reservoir of sweet water. It is the source of rivers, springs, and wells, the unseen lifeline beneath the soil. When the Sumerians picture Enki, they see a god whose body carries the rivers outward, flowing from his shoulders in streams. To them, he is the origin of life's most gentle gift, water that refreshes the land, fills the clay jars, and sustains the fields. The hymns sung in his honor speak of wisdom as naturally as they do of water. Enki is not a god of war or thunder. He is a god of subtle strength, of insight that guides without violence. He heals the sick, mends what is broken, and offers clarity in times of confusion. To call upon Enki is to call upon calmness, the kind of power that does not crush but restores, that moves steadily forward like a quiet river through fertile earth. Ancient texts describe him as the one who shaped humanity itself. The Sumerians tell how he softened clay with his fresh waters, mixing it with divine breath to bring forth the first people. In this, telling Enki is not only a giver of wisdom, but also the intimate shaper of human form, connected to each body through the element of water. Archaeological discoveries preserve these praises in hymns and myths. One such text, the hymn to Enki, calls him the bearer of the me, the divine decrees that organize the cosmos and human society. These are the unseen principles behind music, justice, truth, and craftsmanship. They are said to rest with Enki, stored within his domain like treasures of thought. The hymn paints him as a custodian of both order and creativity, distributing knowledge to kings, priests, and cities, so that life may continue with rhythm and meaning. You can imagine the sound of water echoing through underground channels, steady and calm, like a hidden song beneath the earth. In that sound, the Sumerians hear the voice of Enki himself. It is not the shout of a storm or the roar of a flood. It is the murmur of a stream, soft enough to be missed, yet strong enough to shape valleys over time. Listening to this quiet current, one begins to sense how wisdom works, not as a sudden strike of lightning, but as a slow shaping of understanding, flowing from moment to moment. Stories tell of Enki's role as a healer, not only of bodies, but of balance. In one myth, when the goddess Inanna steals the sacred me from his temple, Enki does not respond with rage. Instead, he seeks dialogue and restoration, his wisdom working toward harmony. Another tale remembers how he saved humanity from destruction. When the gods planned a great flood to wipe out mankind, Enki whispered warnings through walls of reeds, guiding a man named Ziosudra to build a vessel. Through his quiet intervention, life endures. In these stories, Enki's wisdom is always paired with compassion. He is not only clever, but caring, not only powerful, but patient. His teachings are not loud commandments, but gentle instructions, guiding humanity towards survival, justice, and healing. Even now, his words feel like they carry lessons for peace in the night. Enki's temples reflect this balance of mystery and accessibility. In the city of Eridu, one of the oldest sacred sites of Mesopotamia, archaeologists uncover layers of shrines built upon each other, generation after generation, stretching back to the dawn of settled life. Here, offerings are placed in jars, prayers etched into clay tablets, hymns sung with quiet reverence. To enter his temple is to enter a space that feels both protective and deep, like walking into the coolness of water on a hot day. The priests of Enki are set to work with both ritual and knowledge. They study healing plants, observe the stars, and learn the patterns of rivers and fields. Their devotion is practical as much as spiritual, embodying the god's nature. Wisdom, not as an abstract idea, but as living guidance, shaping life in the real world, in the art of Mesopotamia. Enki often appears with streams of water flowing from his shoulders, each stream carrying fish, symbols of life's abundance. Around him, reeds rise, the same reeds that grow by the waters and are used to build homes, write texts, and shape vessels. Every detail points back to the idea that wisdom and life flow together, inseparable like water and riverbanks. You begin to feel how the ancients saw wisdom not as something hidden in books, but as something flowing all around them in the water they drank, in the rivers they crossed, in the quiet streams that whispered at night. To sit by water was to sit in Enki's presence, to listen not only with ears, but with the heart, waiting for the current to teach its lessons. Even in later times, as empires rose and fell, Enki remained. He became Ea to the Akkadians and Babylonians, still Lord of the deep waters, still the wise one who guides, protects, and heals. His presence threads through centuries, unchanged in essence, like a river that bends but never dries. And as you imagine those ancient hymns sung in candlelit temples, you sense how close this wisdom still feels. The voice of water continues, in the sound of rain against windows, in the trickle of a fountain, in the slow movement of streams. It reminds you of how wisdom, too, flows quietly beneath the noise of life, waiting to be noticed. Perhaps this is why Enki remains so compelling. He is not the god who commands obedience with thunder. He is the god who whispers in a steady current, who teaches that the softest flow can outlast stone, that healing begins with calm, and that knowledge, like water, is meant to be shared. The chapter settles here in the hush of moving water, where wisdom is not an answer, but a current, carrying all things softly forward. Chapter 7. Enlil, the breath of destiny, the deep memory of Sumer. Among the temples of clay and the hymns pressed into tablets, Enlil rises as more than a god of storms. He is the voice of order, the keeper of decrees, the unseen breath that arranges the paths and mortals. His name echoes through the earliest prayers, not with tenderness alone, but with the weight of command, shaping the destiny of the world as the wind shapes the desert sand in the hymns. Enlil is praised as the one who fixes the fates, they call him the king of all lands, the Lord who decides the courses of rivers, the lengths of rains, and the unfolding of time itself. Unlike Enki, whose wisdom flows like water, Enlil's presence arrives like air, unseen, ungraspable, yet surrounding all things. His breath is both gentle and fierce, carrying seeds of life while also bringing storms that uproot and destroy. The Sumerians believed that without Enlil, there could be no structure, no boundary between heaven and earth, no order in the cycles of life. His power was not a passing force of nature. It was a decree binding even other gods to the rhythm he set. In this vision, destiny was not random, but breathed into existence, steady as the currents of wind sweeping across the plains. Of Mesopotamia, you imagine a vast field stretching to the horizon. The wheat sways not by its own choice, but by the direction of a wind that cannot be seen. In this quiet sway, you sense the presence of Enlil, not as a figure walking among mortals, but as the movement itself, the silent order behind every shift of stalk and grain. Each gust carries a whisper, a decree unspoken, yet always obeyed at Nippur, the sacred city. Enlil's temple, the Ikur, rose as the spiritual axis of Sumer. To enter, it was to step into the house of decrees, the place where divine order was believed to flow into the human world. Kings traveled there, not just to offer gifts, but to receive legitimacy, for it was said that only Enlil could grant the right to rule. A crown placed on a mortal's head held no meaning unless Enlil had breathed life into the decree. The hymns call him the father of the land and the shepherd of the black-headed people, words both tender and commanding. They reveal how deeply the Sumerians saw him not only as a power to be feared, but as a presence upon which survival depended. Just as breath sustains the body, Enlil's decrees sustained the fabric of civilization. Storms were not merely weather. To the people of Sumer, they were his signs, his interventions. When winds rose suddenly, flattening crops or stirring rivers into floods, the people felt the hand of Enlil reminding them of his reach. Yet, in the same winds that scattered seeds, they felt his generosity, the unseen gift of renewal. He was not simply destructive, nor solely merciful. He was balance itself, both command and consequence. You begin to notice your own breathing, the slow rise and fall of air through the body. With each inhale, a reminder of the invisible force that sustains life. With each exhale, the release of what no longer serves. In this rhythm, you feel closer to the Sumerian vision, breath as destiny, unseen yet unceasing. The gentle truth that guides all beings. Ancient texts speak of how even the gods turn to Enlil for direction. He was the one who divided roles, assigning each deity their place and task, as if even immortals needed the binding thread of order to prevent chaos. To the Sumerians, this truth carried down into human life. Families, cities, and empires all were bound by the decrees of Enlil, the unseen laws that no one could resist. The image of wind across fields appears again and again in their hymns, carrying the voices of gods, carrying destiny itself. It was a reminder that no matter how much humans built, planned, or desired, there was always a greater current guiding the outcome. Enlil was not against them, nor fully for them. He was the balance that made both success and struggle possible. The mythology tells also of his fierce decisions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the flood story, older than the Bibles, Enlil is the one who brings the deluge upon the earth. His command is devastating, cleansing humanity with overwhelming waters. Yet, after, when life clings again to survival, Enlil shows regret, softening his decree. Even the Lord of Fates can turn from anger to forgiveness, showing that destiny, though firm, still allows moments of compassion. You imagine the hush after a storm, the way silence spreads over soaked earth. In that stillness, the air feels heavier, but also purer, carrying the memory of thunder, yet allowing life to breathe again. This is the rhythm of Enlil, not endless wrath, but cycles of command and release, force and mercy. At night, the Sumerians must have listened to the winds outside their clay homes, hearing more than sound. They heard voices of power shaping their lives in ways they could not see. In those whispers, they placed trust, fear, and reverence. They did not see themselves as masters of destiny, but as participants in a current already flowing. Each breath you take tonight carries the echo of that same vision. Though thousands of years have passed, the truth remains. Air sustains, directs, and binds. We cannot see it, yet we live within it, shaped by it. Enlil, Lord of the breath of destiny, lingers still in the unseen, not as a figure of clay and stone, but as the very movement of life itself. And so, as you let the rhythm of breath settle, you sense what the Sumerians once knew, that every inhale carries a path already set. The wind moves across the fields, the decree continues, and destiny, like breath, never ceases. Chapter 8. Inanna, Queen of Heaven and Earth, and the cities of Sumer. Long before the rise of empires, we now remember there is a name that carries the weight of passion, conflict, and transformation. Inanna, the radiant Queen of Heaven and Earth. Her stories are carved into tablets of clay, her hymns sung in temples where oil lamps once flickered. She is not a single role, not bound by one face. She is the goddess of love and war, of fertility and destruction, of the morning star and the evening one. To the ancient Mesopotamians, she embodies the very tension of existence, beauty and chaos entwined. Inanna is first invoked in the hymns of priestesses, where she appears as a figure of impossible contrast. She is fierce enough to strike down kings, tender enough to cradle lovers in her arms. She is the morning star, blazing across the dawn sky, and she is also the evening star, guiding the fall of night. Her power is not gentle stability, but motion, the ceaseless rhythm of rising, falling, descending, and returning. To speak her name is to acknowledge that no life can remain still. Among her most enduring stories, is her descent into the underworld. Unlike many deities who remain in the heavens, untouched by mortal fates, Inanna dares to go below. The tablets describe her passage through 7 gates, each one demanding she leave behind part of her regalia. The crown slips from her head. Jewels are removed from her neck. Rings, bracelets, and garments are stripped away until nothing remains. She enters the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, naked and bowed low. This journey is not just myth. It reflects the cycles the Sumerians saw in their world: the withering of fields, the silence of winter, the falling of stars. Inanna's descent is the harvest cut down, the seed hidden in soil, the breath that ceases before another can begin. And her eventual return marks renewal, the sprouting of new grain, the warmth of spring, the resilience of life after death. Her myth, like the earth itself, moves in circles rather than straight lines. Hymns speak of her as a figure both intimate and distant. In the hymn to Inanna, she is praised as the light that fills the heavens. Yet in another, she is addressed as a lover entwined in the embrace of Dumuzi, the shepherd king. Their union is celebrated in ritual, the sacred marriage believed to renew the fertility of land and people. The king embodies Dumuzi, the high priestess embodies Inanna, and through their symbolic union, the fields are blessed, the wombs of women quickened, and the city's prosperity assured. But Inanna is never confined to tenderness. She is the warrior who rides into battle, her fury unstoppable. She is described as a lioness, a raging storm, a flame that consumes cities. She demands recognition, and when kings neglect her, she abandons them, leaving their thrones vulnerable. Power flows from her, and power may also be taken away. For the people of Mesopotamia, such a goddess reflected reality itself. Life was never only kind or only cruel. Rivers could bring harvests or floods. Love could heal or destroy. Inanna held all of this within her being, not as contradiction, but as wholeness. She was the goddess who understood that the heart can carry joy and sorrow. At once, you begin to imagine the temple steps at Uruk, where her cult was strongest. Incense smoke rises in thin streams toward the sky. Inside, priestesses chant her hymns, their voices weaving praise into the stone walls. They tell of her descent, of her return, of her union with Dumuzi, of her wrath in war. To those gathered, these are not distant stories, but mirrors of their own lives: loss, renewal, passion, grief, and hope. Inanna's descent into the underworld carries another layer, one more intimate. The stripping away of her garments echoes the stripping away of identity, the humbling of pride, the surrender of all that seems permanent. When she stands bare before her sister, she is no longer queen or warrior, not lover or star. She is simply spirit. For those who listened to her tale, it was a reminder that all must pass through such gates, leaving behind wealth, titles, and flesh itself. What remains, what endures, is something quieter, harder to name. Yet Inanna does not remain in the shadow. After 3 days and nights, a span echoed in countless later traditions, she is restored. The gods intercede, and she rises again, clothed in light, ascending back to the realm of the living. Her return does not erase the journey, it transforms it. Those who told her story did not hear in it a denial of death, but a promise that even in endings there is motion, a path leading toward renewal. Archaeologists uncover small statues of her, some fierce, some serene, some standing with wings outstretched. In them, she is always poised between contrasts, between love and battle, between heaven and underworld, between beauty and terror. These images were not merely art. They were invitations to remember that existence is never one thing. To look upon Inanna was to see reflected the restless, shifting heart of the world itself. In her hymns, Inanna is addressed directly, as though the singers believed she still listened. One calls her the great light who fills the darkness. Another describes her as the roaring storm that sweeps over the land. Still another praises her as the one who brings joy to the womb. These lines are not contradictions. They are harmonies, the many tones of a single divine presence. Even in her role as lover, the myths carry shadow. Dumuzi, her chosen consort, does not escape the pull of the underworld. In some stories, he is taken in her place, bound to spend part of the year below. His absence explains the withering of crops, his return, the rebirth of spring. Thus, even, love cannot remain untouched by loss. And yet, through this rhythm, the people found meaning. In every death, the seed of life. In every absence, the shape of return. You hear the echo of her name carried forward into other traditions. Her figure transformed, but never erased. Later, cultures would remember her as Ishtar, as Astarte, as Aphrodite in a gentler form. In Sumer, she is still Inanna, vast, restless, uncontainable. The queen of heaven and earth, who descends and rises, who takes and gives, who loves and wages war. To reflect upon her now is to sense how much humanity has always longed to explain. The cycles we cannot master. Why the stars disappear, why fields wither, Why the heart loves and breaks. Inanna is not only a goddess, but also a language. A way of speaking about what is too vast to hold in words. And as the night deepens, her image lingers like starlight, scattered across water, bright, trembling, impossible to grasp. You feel the hush of her presence in the balance between breath and silence. The question remains, in the descent and return, what part of yourself is stripped away, and what part is reborn? Chapter 9. Nanna, keeper of time's rhythm, the quiet settlements along the Euphrates, where rivers fold gently into the landscape. The people looked upward for guidance, not only to the sun, whose warmth commanded the day, but to the moon, the silvered presence that marked nights, months, and seasons. Nanna, the moon god, held dominion over these cycles, an ever-present measure of time and order. To the Sumerians, he was more than light in darkness. He was rhythm itself, steady, unerring, and deeply sacred. Farmers watched for his crescents and full spheres, aligning sowing and harvest with his glow. His phases dictated when the fields should be plowed and when seeds should be buried beneath the earth. Priests observed him through ritual, tracking his rise and fall to structure ceremonies and sacrifices. Even kings, whose decrees shaped the lives of many, deferred to non-Nas cycles, aware that no law or ambition could bend the steady arc of the heavens. Time was his domain, and in that he was both father and witness. The hymns dedicated to Nanna speak of his dual nature, gentle nurturer and vigilant guardian. One tablet praises him as the one who orders days and months, who sets the hearts of men in harmony with the stars. Another calls him steady as the rivers flow, constant as the breath we take. These are not merely poetic lines. They reflect a worldview in which the celestial rhythms mirror the rhythms of life, from birth to death, from planting to harvest. In Nanna's light, people found structure, comfort, and continuity. As the moon rises, the temples of yore are quiet, yet alive with devotion. Priests prepare offerings of bread, beer, and incense, arranging them carefully on altars beneath his gaze. The silvered light falls upon inscriptions, revealing hymns carved long ago. Each line a testament to a civilization attuned to celestial order. In these moments, the city feels suspended in time, the hum of the night, the glimmer of the moon, the echo of prayers carried softly across courtyards. The moon itself is never still, yet its path repeats. Waxing and waning, it moves through. The sky in patterns the Sumerians observed with precision. Each phase carries meaning. The new moon marks beginnings, an invitation to start anew, to plant seeds, both literal and metaphorical. The waxing moon symbolizes growth, the gathering of strength and hope. The full moon shines as culmination, illumination, the height of cycles. And the waning moon whispers of release, of letting go, of preparing for renewal. Nanna's rhythm mirrors the eternal flow of life, teaching that all things move in cycles and that nothing is lost, only transformed in the hymn Nanna. Father of days, he is described as watching over all, from the high temples of yore to the fields and homes below. His glow is gentle, yet precise. Each night, his arc is traced across the heavens, a metronome for existence. Farmers align their tools and workers by his timing. Mothers observe the cycles of birth and growth. Kings structure laws and festivals around his phases. In every action, human life is subtly drawn into his measure, reminding them of continuity and connection. Even in solitude, one can feel Nanna's rhythm. You imagine lying beneath a sky brushed with silver light, the quiet night folding around you. The moon rises slowly, a pale witness to the passage of hours, the slow movement of stars. Your own heartbeat begins to match its cadence, steady, calm, measured. In that rhythm, you sense not just time, but order, guidance, and the gentle insistence of the cosmos. The Sumerians often invoked Nanna alongside other deities, recognizing the interconnectedness of celestial and earthly cycles. He complements the sun god Utu, whose daylight illuminates human action, while Nanna oversees the hidden, reflective hours. In combination, these forces provide balance, light and shadow, action and rest, growth and reflection. Rituals often mark these dualities: offerings at dawn and dusk, songs at sunrise and moonrise, prayers to bridge the seen and unseen. Through this observance, the people of yore and beyond attune themselves to a universe larger than their own transient lives. In his hymns, Nanna is sometimes called the eternal witness, observing the deeds of gods and mortals alike. Kings inscribe laws under his gaze, aware that their actions are recorded in memory and myth. Farmers watch the tides of rivers, understanding that their labor and harvest are measured against his phases. And in quiet, private devotion, families watch the moon rise, acknowledging that their lives, like all things, follow patterns beyond comprehension. The imagery of Nanna often combines the tangible and the symbolic. In cylinder seals, he is depicted with crescent motifs, sometimes riding the back of a bull, sometimes accompanied by stars. These representations are reminders that his authority is both celestial and earthly, abstract and immediate. The light, He casts on clay tablets, on city walls, on fields of grain, connects human life to the vast cycles of the sky, embedding a sense of wonder into the mundane. In timekeeping, Nanna's role is profound. The Sumerians developed calendars aligned with his phases, dividing the year into months that reflected his waxing and waning. Festivals mark the full moon, communal gatherings synchronized with his glow. Agricultural cycles, religious ceremonies, and civic planning all fall under his watchful eye. Nanna embodies the principle that time is not arbitrary, but sacred. A rhythm to guide life rather than constrain it. As you imagine the moon's slow arc, it becomes easier to feel your own rhythm. Inhale, exhale, a subtle reflection of the heavens above. The world feels quieter, more ordered, yet expansive, like a river flowing steadily toward the horizon. The stars trace constellations overhead, yet it is the moon that commands the night, teaching patience, constancy, and awareness. Each phase reminds that beginnings, growth, fullness, and decline are part of a continuous cycle, not endings in themselves. Even in the hum of the city, the pulse of life, the movements of labor and commerce, Nanna's presence is inescapable. He touches moments both grand and minute. The planting of seeds, the quiet conversation of lovers, the small, unnoticed steps of children beneath the moonlight. Through his measure, human actions gain rhythm, and human hearts find calm in the hymns. He is also described as a protector, offering guidance and insight. Farmers look to him for timing that ensures survival. Kings seek his blessing for decisions that shape the city. His light becomes a metaphor for clarity and reflection, an illumination that is steady yet gentle, never harsh, never fleeting. To the Sumerians, Nanna was both a deity and a living principle, a rhythm woven into the fabric of existence. And as night deepens, as the moon rises higher in the sky, you feel the subtle pull of that rhythm. Your thoughts slow, your heartbeat settles into a cadence that mirrors the heavens. In Nanna's measure, there is safety, continuity, and a quiet assurance that time itself is a companion, a guide, a witness to all that is born, lives, and returns. The light of Nanna falls across the land like a gentle hand, softening shadows, drawing out quiet truths. He is steady, enduring, and unchanging in presence, yet ever moving in form. As you rest beneath his glow, the cycles of life and nature seem less overwhelming, more understandable, more harmonious. And in that understanding, a gentle peace takes root, flowing as predictably as the moon across the sky, steady as breath, as heartbeat, as the passage of sacred time. Chapter 10. Utu, the sun that sees Alin, the earliest hours before dawn. When the world is still hushed and the river reflects only the faintest glimmer of night, the first light begins to touch the land. The city of Sippur, dedicated to Utu, awakens not in clamor, but in reverence. The sun god, whose gaze pierces both shadow and silence, is preparing to rise. Utu is more than warmth and illumination. He is witness, judge, and guardian, a presence that sees all and honors truth. Hymns carved on clay tablets tell of his vigilance. They describe a deity who travels across the sky, observing the deeds of gods and mortals alike. Eye of justice, the dispenser of fairness, whose radiance uncovers hidden intentions and illuminates paths of right action. In these verses, the Sumerians place their trust, acknowledging that light and accountability are inseparable. Darkness may conceal, but the sun will reveal. You imagine the streets of Sippur in those early moments, empty but for the soft stirrings of life. Smoke curls gently from hearths, animals shift in their pens, and the river glimmers with anticipation. The first rays strike the clay temples, warming the baked brick, igniting the golden decorations, and revealing inscriptions that have endured generations. In that light, the city seems both eternal and intimate, held in balance between human endeavor and divine observation. Farmers and laborers sense the day's rhythm through Utu's ascent. They begin work with quiet devotion, aware that their actions unfold beneath his steady gaze. Temples hum with preparation as priests arrange offerings and recite invocations, aligning their rituals with the sun's movement. Utu's light does. Not merely warm, it orders, structuring time and guiding the flow of life in harmony with cosmic law. The duality of Utu is subtle but profound. He is the bringer of warmth, ensuring life and growth, yet also the revealer of hidden truths. Through him, the Sumerians understood that protection and accountability are intertwined. Shadows cannot harbor deceit when the sun rises. Every act, whether humble or grand, falls under his illumination. Kings inscribe decrees, knowing that Utu sees beyond the eyes of men. Villagers pray for justice, hoping the sun's scrutiny will balance fortune and misfortune alike. The hymns often speak of Utu's journey across the sky with a reverence that is both practical and spiritual. They describe the dawn as his arrival, the zenith as the height of his power, and the descent as his blessing upon the earth before night returns. In these words, the people of Sumer find both guidance and comfort. Life's uncertainties are measured against his steady path. The mundane and the sacred are inseparable beneath his gaze, in the quiet of the temples. Each aroma carries prayers for truth, protection, and clarity. Clay tablets gleam in the golden rays, their cuneiform markings telling stories of human struggle, divine oversight, and the promise of justice. These inscriptions are not relics alone. They are instruments of reflection, inviting the observer to align personal conduct with the principles Utu embodies, that the sun itself becomes a living metaphor for order and moral balance. As it rises, the day is organized, the rhythm of life made tangible. Uto's movement charts hours of labor, rest, and contemplation, linking human routines to cosmic patterns. Farmers plant and harvest according to his light. Traders measure their travels, and priests observe his path to calibrate ceremonies. The sun is both practical and sacred, an ever-present guide that reinforces the unity of worldly and divine law. Uto's voice, as described in hymns, is steady and unwavering. It is not loud or forceful, but constant, like the river flowing to meet the sea. It speaks through illumination, through the clarity of morning, through the gentle warmth that touches clay walls, the skin of workers, and the fields of grain. In his presence, deceit is difficult, and honesty is nurtured. Life under Utu is guided by both light and conscience, intertwined in ways that touch every aspect of existence as the day unfolds. The golden glow spreads across the landscape. You imagine standing in a field, feeling warmth on your shoulders, watching the sun rise over canals and mud brick homes. The reflection of light on the river is subtle, yet unwavering, a quiet affirmation of order and clarity. Birds rise, calling to one another in a chorus that blends with the hum of human activity. All of creation participates in the rhythm that Utu orchestrates, a dance of life, light, and accountability in the evenings. As the sun begins to descend, its final rays touch the temples and city walls once more. Even as the light fades, the knowledge of what has been witnessed remains. Utu's path ensures that no action is lost, no effort unnoticed. Just as the sun will rise again, so too does the principle of oversight endure, offering comfort to those who act with integrity and a subtle warning to those who do not. The interplay of sun and shadow, day and night, is central to the Sumerian understanding of morality. Uto's presence teaches that life is guided by a higher order, yet one intimately linked to daily existence. Every choice, every interaction, every moment is observed, not in judgment alone, but as part of a grand pattern of justice and care. In this rhythm, humans find both structure and reassurance, knowing that their lives are part of a larger, luminous whole. Through hymn and ritual, the people of Sumer cultivate awareness of Uto's principles. They learn patience, respect, and attentiveness. Farmers note the sun's angle to determine when to irrigate and when to harvest. Priests time prayers to honor his trajectory. Kings and judges consider their decisions against the clarity the sun brings. Even children, unaware of the complexities, sense the steady presence of light, a rhythm they grow into as they move through life. As you imagine dawn breaking across the Sumerian plains, you feel a similar steadiness. The first golden rays touch the earth, and a quiet warmth spreads through your body. Your thoughts align with the rhythm of light, your breath matching the slow, inevitable rise of the sun. In that harmony, you sense the continuity of days, the assurance that truth will emerge, and the gentle protection that comes from alignment with a principle greater than oneself. Utta's journey is unending, yet never hurried. Each day offers renewal, a chance to see clearly, to act rightly, and to live with awareness. His light touches everything, from the highest temple to the smallest dwelling, from ceremonial gatherings to private meditations. All life participates in the steady unfolding of his path, guided by warmth, clarity, and the promise that dawn brings every day, even as the sun reaches its zenith and the hours stretch into afternoon. Udo's presence is felt. Shadows shorten, warmth intensifies, and the city moves in a quiet rhythm dictated by his gaze. Through observation and illumination, he maintains the balance between oversight and care. The Sumerians recognized in him both a guide and a guardian, a force that nurtured, revealed. There is a pause, a reflection on the day that has passed. Light will return, but in these moments, the memory of illumination remains. Just as Utu watches and guides, so too do the principles he embodies remain in the hearts of those who honor him. Justice, truth, and protection are carried forward, woven into the fabric of life, sustained by the promise of each new dawn. The golden glow finally fades into dusk, but its essence lingers. Utu has traversed the sky, fulfilled his duty, and left a world more ordered, more aware, and more connected to the rhythms of divine oversight. You feel a quiet calm, a sense that the day has been observed, acknowledged, and guided, and that, in the cycles of light and shadow, life itself maintains its balance. Chapter 11. Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, the quiet depths beneath the living world. Ereshkigal reigns. She is the sovereign of the underworld, a presence that does not rush or command, but simply exists with inevitable authority. Her domain is not a place of torment, but of stillness, a final resting space where all journeys converge. Hymns written to her speak of inevitability, of endings as natural as the setting sun, and of the calm that follows a life fully lived. You imagine descending into darkness, not as a punishment, but as a passage. The air is cool, carrying a subtle weight that encourages reflection and surrender. Shadows stretch gently across silent halls, lined with memories and echoes of lives once vibrant above. In this place, there is no clamor, no chaos, only the quiet rhythm of existence folding back into itself. Her presence, both solemn and profoundly calming. Her hymns tell of her. Roll not in terror, but in balance. She receives souls without prejudice, observing the culmination of every life with impartial grace. Kings, farmers, scribes, and children alike are welcomed into her care. In acknowledging her authority, the people of Sumer recognized that endings are a natural part of the cosmic order. Life's transience is mirrored in the structure of her realm, orderly, inevitable, and gently binding. You picture the passage to her realm as a slow, reverent descent. Each step is accompanied by the soft echo of movement through chambers that are at once vast and intimate. The walls themselves seem to absorb sound, turning voices inward and quieting thought. Even the faintest whisper feels amplified, not in volume, but in resonance, offering a sense of profound presence. Ereshkigal's realm is a sanctuary of stillness, where the chaos of the living world cannot intrude. The underworld is not empty. It is alive in subtle ways. Shadows shift like slow-moving waters, and the faint luminescence of unseen energies traces the paths of wandering spirits. Hymns describe these presences with reverence, noting their quiet obedience to the laws Ereshkigal upholds. Her name becomes a measure of acceptance, the acknowledgement that life and death are inseparable, that endings carry their own form of grace. Even in this darkness, there is order. Each soul moves according to principles set by Ereshkigal, guided through halls and chambers with silent precision. Her judgments are not punitive, but natural, ensuring that balance is maintained and that nothing persists out of place. There is a rhythm here, a cadence that mirrors the cycles above: birth, growth, decline, and return to quietude. Life is reflected in the underworld as a calm echo, softly reminding all who dwell there of the inevitability from which no one is exempt. Her power is subtle, not violent. It resides in the authority of inevitability, in the serenity that comes when one accepts the end of motion and the beginning of rest. In her presence, even fear diminishes, replaced by a quiet understanding that all journeys culminate in a state beyond striving. The hymns suggest that to honor Ereshkigal is to embrace endings, to acknowledge the natural closure of cycles, and to find comfort in the constancy of this rhythm. You imagine sitting quietly in her halls, feeling the cool embrace of her dominion. There is no urgency here, only a gentle encouragement to observe, reflect, and settle. The faint echoes of lives past drift through the chambers, mingling with the silent resonance of the queen herself. Her energy is present in every shadow and in the stillness that fills the space.
Akumito.
A reminder that peace can exist even in what is unknown and unseen. In Sumerian thought, Ereshkigal is both inevitable and necessary. Life above ground thrives because of her oversight below, by tending to the end of existence with care and order. She allows the world of the living to flourish, unburdened by unresolved consequence. Her hymns, therefore, are not warnings, but affirmations, gentle lessons in the acceptance of the natural arc of life. Teach patience, reflection, and the understanding that all things must return to stillness. The transition into her world can be imagined like descending through layers of quiet waters. Each layer absorbs more of the noise from above, leaving only the essential thought, memory, and the soft rhythm of life's conclusion. It is full of presence, as tangible as warmth on skin or the slow, deliberate flow of a river. Ereshkigal is both guide and witness in this space, ensuring that the journey is complete and harmonious. Her domain is also a space of subtle illumination. Soft glows trace the contours of ancient halls, reflecting on the faces of those who have come to rest. These lights are not harsh or blinding. They are gentle, revealing without revealing too much, hinting at order and continuity. The hymns speak of these lights as markers of care, symbols that endings, too, can possess beauty and grace in this quiet underworld. The passage of time is felt differently. There are no clocks, no rising and setting suns, only the steady presence of Ereshkigal's authority. Moments are measured by reflection and the movement of souls along their appointed paths. Even the concept of fear transforms here, softened by understanding and acceptance. The inevitable becomes familiar, and stillness itself becomes a form of gentle reassurance. You begin to feel the rhythm of this place in your own body, the slow cadence of breath mirroring the calm flow of the underworld. Each heartbeat aligns with the subtle movements around you, and you recognize the beauty in surrender, in releasing the insistence of the living world. Here, endings are not abrupt or final in a harsh sense. They are transitions, folded into the greater rhythm that Ereshkigal maintains with unwavering constancy. Her name is spoken in the hymns with reverence, not fear. It is repeated as a meditation, a reminder that death, like life, has its place in the natural order. Each syllable carries the weight of inevitability and the softness of care. It is a lullaby for the soul, transforming anxiety into trust, tension into repose, and uncertainty into serene acceptance. Even as the living world carries on above, Ereshkigal's realm remains steady, a counterbalance to chaos, a repository for all that concludes. Her presence assures that nothing is lost entirely, that every life contributes to the larger pattern of existence. In honoring her, the Sumerians cultivated a sense of continuity, an understanding that life's ephemeral nature is paired with the constancy of her watchful care. The descent into the underworld can be understood as a metaphor for inner reflection. Just as Ereshkigal tends to the endings of life, we are invited to consider our own cycles, to acknowledge closure, and to rest in the knowledge that stillness is not absence, but presence in another form. In this meditation, the fear of finality softens, replaced by the quiet dignity of her dominion. Hymns suggest that the journey does not end abruptly, but flows like a river returning to its source. Each soul is guided with respect and precision, moving through chambers suffused with subtle energy and quiet resonance. The passage is measured, deliberate, and deeply reassuring. In the presence of Ereshkigal, endings are transformed into experiences of peace and gentle understanding. Even as darkness stretches infinitely, there is no sense of being lost. Instead, there is order, a guiding hand that maintains balance and harmony. The Queen of the Underworld embodies the principle that all things return to a state of equilibrium, that every beginning must encounter its conclusion, and that endings, though inevitable, carry their own quiet beauty. As you linger in the imagined stillness, you feel a profound calm settle over your thoughts. Her domain is not threatening, but enveloping, a sanctuary where the soul can rest without haste, without judgment, and without resistance. You recognize that acceptance here is itself a form of grace, that the finality Ereshkigal oversees is not something to dread, but to acknowledge with serenity. Her name, spoken softly, becomes a reminder that life's rhythm encompasses both ascent and descent, day and night, birth and rest. The hymns rise and fall in quiet cadence, carrying the weight of tradition and the gentle reassurance of continuity. In Ereshkigal's presence, even fear transforms into a tender understanding. And the inevitability of endings becomes a space of reflection, care, and peace. The cool darkness eventually feels warm, not in temperature, but in the sense of embrace. Every shadow holds significance, every silence a presence, and every step along the path is measured with care. In this final resting place, endings are not harsh or abrupt. They are the fulfillment of a journey, attended by the soft yet unwavering authority of the queen herself. You imagine leaving her realm slowly, carrying with you the stillness, the understanding, and the quiet reassurance that endings are natural and necessary. Her influence lingers in thought and breath, a gentle echo of care that reaches into the living world. Even as life continues above, the knowledge of her realm imbues existence with subtle balance, reminding all that closure is sacred, inevitable, and at last profoundly peaceful. Chapter 12. Dumuzi, the Shepherd of Renewal. Dumuzi, the Shepherd of Renewal, embodies the rhythms of life and the gentle certainty of return. His hymns speak of cycles that move as steadily as the sun and moon, of descent into darkness and the inevitable return to light. They tell of love entwined with sorrow, of endings that are never final, and of beginnings that follow the quiet closure of night. In the Sumerian imagination, he is both mortal and eternal, a figure whose passage mirrors the seasons themselves, guiding grain, flocks, and hearts through the cadence of time. You picture fields stretching under warm winds, golden stalks swaying, in unison, carrying the quiet story of Dumuzi with each turn of the earth. The scent of ripening grain mingles with the earth's own breath, and in this moment, the cycle of growth and decay, of harvest and return feels tangible. His descent is not a disappearance, but a necessary pause, rest from which life draws strength. In every whispered hymn, the shepherd's story reassures the world that no darkness lasts beyond its appointed time. Dumuzi dies and returns with the seasons, a rhythm that underpins the lives of those who tend the fields and follow the stars. Farmers mark his passage, priests chant his name, and families watch as spring follows winter, carrying with it the assurance of abundance and renewal. His presence is woven into the turning of the year, into the rising of sap in trees, and the first shoots breaking through soil that had lain dormant. Life continues because he embodies the promise of return. Hymns describe him with tenderness and clarity, noting his connection to both earth and spirit. He walks among flocks and fields, attending to the natural order, and his death is as much a part of the cycle as his return. In this, there is comfort. Loss and renewal are inseparable, sorrow and joy intertwined. You sense this balance in the slow breathing of the world, in the subtle changes from night to day, from cold to warmth, from seed to sprout. Dumuzi is the shepherd who tends not only flocks, but the very heart of time itself. The descent of Dumuzi is not violent nor sudden. It is gentle, deliberate, a yielding to forces larger than any individual. As he moves into the underworld, life above does not pause, but follows the rhythm he sets, waiting with quiet anticipation. The hymns speak to this interconnection, honoring both his absence and his promise of return. There is a meditative quality in this awareness, a reassurance that life, like the seasons, is resilient, patient, and always guided by unseen hands. You imagine the shepherd's return as the first warmth of spring brushing against the earth. Streams that had frozen or slowed in winter flow once more, carrying nourishment to roots and rivers alike. Fields awaken in shades of green. Flowers lift their faces toward the light, and flocks stir under the care of shepherds who honor Dumuzi's cycle. Each element participates in this renewal, participating in a dance that repeats across generations, a rhythm older than any single life. Hymns praise his fidelity to the earth and the people, noting the care with which he moves through both worlds. He is a witness to growth and decay, to labor and rest, and in his passage, he embodies the understanding that endings are necessary for beginnings. His story encourages reflection. Even when sorrow comes, it is accompanied by the promise of renewal. And even in absence, life remains vibrant, waiting for the shepherd's guidance. You picture his descent as a moment of quiet tension in the cycles of life, where the world holds its breath. Crops lie beneath soil, seeds encased in darkness. Animals rest in the hush of winter. Even in this pause, there is preparation, a quiet accumulation of potential. The hymns recognize this stillness as sacred, honoring both the absence and the promise that will soon unfold. Dumuzi's journey teaches patience, recognition that some processes must progress unseen before their fruits are revealed. His return is not immediate, but unfolds gradually, like the slow unfurling of leaves after frost. Hymns capture this subtle awakening, describing light touching fields and streams, warmth returning to soil, and the first songs of birds as heralds of his coming. The land itself becomes an extension of Dumuzi's presence, responding to the cycles he embodies with quiet, faithful consistency. Life above and life below are intertwined, each reflecting and reinforcing the other in a continuous pattern. You imagine walking through fields as the shepherd moves through them, feeling the pulse of life beneath your feet. The hymns resonate in the wind, soft as the rustle of grain, carrying the assurance of abundance and the quiet comfort of continuity. Every stalk and every blade of grass seems to remember his care. Every creature aware of the rhythm he maintains. His cycles are not abstract. They are present in every breath of air, every warm gust of wind, every glimmer of sun on the earth. Dumuzi's narrative is also a story of love intertwined with sorrow. He is cherished not only for his role in renewal, but for the vulnerability he demonstrates in his descent. The hymns honor this duality, portraying a figure whose strength is matched by tenderness, whose absence evokes longing, and whose return is celebrated with joy. In this, there is a profound teaching. Life's fullness embraces both loss and gain, grief and delight, and both are necessary too. Appreciate the cycle in its entirety. The shepherd's presence guides not only physical life, but the rhythms of the spirit. Observing his cycle allows reflection on the nature of time and the impermanence inherent in all things. Hymns invite contemplation of endings as prelude to beginnings, encouraging the listener to find solace in the repetition of life's patterns. Through his story, patience, trust, and quiet acceptance are cultivated, creating a space where reflection flows as naturally as water through a field. You imagine the celebration of his return as gentle rather than boisterous, a quiet acknowledgement of the renewal that sustains all life. Fields are tended with renewed care, flocks graze under attentive eyes, and people breathe with relief and gratitude. The hymns convey a sense of communal participation in the cycles, emphasizing that Dumuzi's journey is mirrored in the lives of those who witness and honor it. Each turn of the seasons carries lessons that are as practical as they are spiritual, teaching stewardship, attentiveness, and respect for the unfolding of life. His story is timeless because it is universal. The descent and return of Dumuzi mirror every cycle of change that touches human life, the passing of day into night, the ebb and flow of fortunes, the rhythms of health and decline, the quiet promise of new beginnings after endings. Hymns frame these patterns in sacred terms, reminding all who listen that life cycles are not random, but intentional, and that the shepherd guides them with gentle fidelity. You feel the resonance of his songs in the wind and the sway of the fields, the invisible thread that connects all elements of the world. Each breath and each step aligns with this pattern, creating a subtle harmony that calms the mind and eases worry. Dumuzi's narrative reassures that endings are temporary, that rest precedes growth, and that even sorrow has its place within a larger, benevolent rhythm. The Shepherd of Renewal teaches that life's continuity depends on cycles of care, attention, and surrender. His hymns are soft reminders that no loss is permanent, that every winter will be followed by spring, and that each return carries gifts for those who remain patient. Observing his journey encourages trust in the natural order and understanding that life flows in patterns beyond immediate perception, and a gentle surrender to the passage of time. You imagine resting in fields where his presence lingers, feeling the warmth of the earth, the gentle sway of grass, and the slow, steady pulse of life itself. Dumuzi's cycles mirror your own rhythm, a lullaby of assurance, reminding you that renewal is inevitable, that sorrow passes, and that life, in all its forms, returns again and again. In this understanding, his hymns are more than prayers. They are lessons, soothing the heart and guiding reflection. Through his descent and return, Dumuzi offers a vision of the world that is both practical and sacred, where growth follows rest, and endings are embraced as essential to the cycle of life. His story exhales quietly into the mind, leaving the comfort of certainty in its wake. The fields, the flocks, and the seasons continue their dance, each turn a testament to his enduring care. In Dumuzi's presence, you feel a profound trust in the continuity of life, a soft knowledge that no matter the darkness, renewal will come, and with it, the quiet joy of beginnings. Chapter 13. Sacred Temples, Homes of Hymns. The Sumerian temple is never merely a structure of brick or stone. It is a living presence, a vessel for devotion, a home where earth and sky converse through ritual and sound. Every ziggurat rises from the plain like a deliberate mountain, a path that reaches toward the heavens, a stairway through which human longing touches the divine. The shape itself speaks of ascent, of intentional movement, of lifting the spirit with each step. Worshippers, priests, and travelers alike understood these spaces as thresholds, sacred corridors through which the eternal quietly flows into the mortal realm. You imagine walking toward one of these massive structures, the sun low on the horizon, casting long shadows over walls that have witnessed countless hymns. Each brick, each carving carries the memory of devotion. The ascent begins with the first step, simple and deliberate, yet each step carries you further into calm, into the soft gravity of spiritual attentiveness. As you rise, the city below becomes quieter, the wind gentler, and the sound of your own breath merges with the faint resonance of distant drums. The sigh of incense curling upward through open chambers. Within these temples, hymnody forms the heartbeat of devotion. The voices of priests and worshippers fill chambers in patterns that have endured for centuries. Long before writing carried these sounds into permanence, incense smoke drifts slowly through air that is itself thick with remembrance, softening walls and the edges of consciousness alike. Drums mark rhythm, bells punctuate the rising and falling cadence of sacred words. Silence is interwoven with sound, a necessary partner emphasizing the weight and the spaciousness of each invocation. Here, song and stillness meet, forming a pulse that mirrors the natural cycles of day and season, of life and renewal. You picture entering a chamber as the warm light of the afternoon filters through high windows. The scent of aromatic resins drifts over stone, reminding the visitor of earth, of trees, and of distant hills. Hymns rise and fall, each note carefully measured, each pause intentional. These songs are more than ritual. They are vessels of memory, carriers of ancestral knowledge, channels through which the divine is both present and made perceptible. The chamber is a microcosm of the cosmos, ordered, rhythmic, inviting surrender to the quiet majesty of devotion. Each ziggurat is designed as a conduit, a bridge between the world of mortals and the divine order. Stairways wind upward, not just for physical ascent, but as an enactment of spiritual practice. Climbing them, you feel the rhythm of the temple in your body, the lift of leg, the shift of balance, the subtle echo of footsteps against stone. The ascent becomes a meditation, a dialogue in which the physical motion of climbing is inseparable from the inward movement of attention, reflection, and intention. Hymns drift through airways and chambers, their echoes following every turn, reminding those who climb that each step carries prayer, devotion, and the weight of history. Priests and priestesses move through these spaces with awareness cultivated. Over decades, voices trained to hold and release sound in ways that enhance reflection and presence. Their chants create currents that interact with incense smoke, sunlight, and the cool stone. Hymns are not merely recited. They are embodied, woven into the very air, touching the hearts of all who enter. Observing them, you sense the temple. As a living organism, stone and sound, scent and silence, human breath and divine presence, all working in delicate, precise harmony, sacred temples also hold stillness, a weighty and deliberate quiet that is as meaningful as song. Within inner chambers, light is subdued, walls absorb sound, and the mind is invited to slow. Here, meditation follows the hymn or precedes it, allowing the worshipper to inhabit the space fully. The architecture itself guides perception. Narrow corridors lead into broad sanctuaries. Low ceilings open into high chambers. Shadow gives way to light. Each design choice subtly tunes awareness, guiding the pilgrim into receptivity, patience, and an intimate sense of presence. You imagine climbing step by step toward the temple's apex. With each rise, the city's noise diminishes, replaced by the cadence of your own breath and the faint hum of ongoing devotion. The ziggurat is more than a mountain of brick. It is a scale, a measured ascent that mirrors the cycles of human attention and the expansiveness of divine awareness. Hymns drift from chamber to chamber, carried on gentle currents of air, touching walls, carvings, and human hearts alike. Each note, each syllable, reinforces the idea that sacred sound is inseparable from sacred space. Inside the highest chamber, light falls in a softened glow, the incense curling upward to meet it. Hymns fill the space in waves, as though the very stones participate in song. The sacred architecture amplifies and shapes these sounds, guiding them upward, as if sending devotion itself to the heavens. Here, the temple's essence is most evident, not in the permanence of stone, but in the living continuity of worship, of memory made audible, of human hearts aligned with the flow of the divine. Ziggurats also function as centers of community, where hymns mark not only private devotion, but collective rhythm. Festivals, offerings, and seasonal rites occur within these walls, binding people to each other and to the cycles of nature. Each ceremony is a microcosm of the sacred order, a reflection of the harmony the Sumerians sought in both life and cosmos. The temple becomes an axis around which time, memory, and devotion rotate, and those who enter its space cannot help but participate physically and spiritually. In the continuity of sacred rhythm, the hymns themselves contain layers of meaning, combining prayers for abundance, songs of remembrance, invocations of protection, and meditations on life and death. Each phrase, each intonation carries weight. Repetition builds resonance, allowing attention to settle, mind to slow, and reflection to deepen. The sacred sounds invite the listener to inhabit the moment fully, to feel the presence of generations, and to sense the continuity of human and divine interaction through time. You imagine walking down from the upper chambers, each step carrying the afterglow of ascent, Hymns continue, though softer now, drifting down corridors and stairways. The scent of incense lingers, a reminder that sound and smell both guide perception, both hold memory. The ziggurat, once climbed, leaves an imprint, not merely on the body, but on consciousness, devotion, attention, and the rhythm of the temple remain long after the journey downward. A subtle shaping of awareness toward calm, presence, and sacred temples are not static. They are living homes for hymns, prayer, and the attentive heart. With each cycle of worship, they are renewed, carrying the devotion of countless generations, shaping the rhythm of life in the city and preserving a space where the mortal and divine meet. Climbing their steps, breathing the air, hearing the hymns, you enter into a continuity older than any single life. A sacred dialogue that enfolds the individual in the vast, patient flow of devotion. You imagine standing at the temple's summit as the wind moves gently over stone. Hymns drift upward, mingling with clouds, sunlight, and sky. Incense smoke swirls, carrying memory and intention. Silence follows, profound and exact, holding space for reflection. Each element, the stones, the scent, the rhythm, reminds you that sacred temples are homes of hymns where devotion becomes tangible, where time softens and where the human spirit touches the eternal. The ascent and descent, the song and the stillness, the scent and the stone all combine to create an experience that lingers, shaping perception, calming the mind, and aligning human consciousness with the rhythms of the divine. The hymns are never finished. They continue, carried by those who remember, by the air that circulates through chambers, and by the presence of the stones themselves. In these temples, life, devotion, and sound are inseparable, each amplifying the other in a continuous, sacred flow. As you leave the ziggurat, descending into the plain, the hymns continue in memory, softening the boundaries between inside and outside, sacred and ordinary. Each step downward mirrors the ascent in reverse, yet carries forward the same sense of peace, order, and connection. The temple's presence remains in the heart, in the rhythm of breath, and in the quiet understanding that sacred spaces devoted attention. And living hymns are inseparable parts of the Sumerian vision of life and devotion. Even after the journey ends, the echo of stone and sound lingers. The experience leaves a subtle imprint, a recognition that devotion, attention, and sacred rhythm are not confined to temples alone. They extend into the world, into daily life, into the quiet pulse of breathing, and into every act of mindful care. The sacred temple, with its hymns, becomes both memory and guide, a reminder that spaces of devotion are never truly left behind, but continue as living currents within consciousness. Chapter 14. Priests and Priestesses, Voices of Devotion in Sumer. The temple is not defined by stone alone, but by those who inhabit it with song, attention, and ritual. The priests and priestesses serve as living conduits between the mortal and divine, their voices carrying hymns that have endured for generations. Each morning, as light brushes the city, they begin their chants, rising with the sun to greet the heavens in careful rhythm. Each note is deliberate, each syllable measured, not simply for sound, but for the presence it summons. They are not performers, but keepers of continuity, embodying devotion through breath, voice, and movement. You imagine standing among them, the air thick with the scent of incense, the soft hum of drums guiding the rhythm of song. Voices interweave, rising and falling, creating layers that seem to extend beyond the walls of the temple into the surrounding city. Each chant carries both prayer and structure, teaching the attentive listener the rhythms, the patterns of time, and the unspoken order of existence. There is no rush, no urgency, only the gentle, persistent movement of sound. As steady as the river and as constant as the turning of the seasons. Their work begins before the city stirs. In the stillness of dawn, the priests and priestesses offer the first songs, each carefully aligned with the movement of sun, moon, and stars. Hymns honor deities, petition for protection, and express gratitude for life's cycles. These chants are more than words. They are acts of mindfulness, vessels carrying intention into the ether. Even as the city awakens, their devotion remains. Anchored in the sacred present, their voices connecting heaven and earth with patient, attentive precision. As day advances, the rhythm of temple life unfolds. Priests tend altars, arranging offerings of grain, oil, or wine, while their voices continue in quiet recitation. Priestesses move with deliberate grace, preparing ritual instruments, igniting incense, and guiding worshippers through the sacred practices. Hymn and action are inseparable. Song gives shape to movement, and movement grounds song. Together, they create a flow that envelops the temple in devotion, a rhythm that reflects both human diligence and divine constancy. You imagine a ceremony at dusk, when light softens and shadows stretch across temple walls. Voices rise in harmony, joining the lingering glow of the sun with the quiet reverence of stone chambers. Incense smoke curls upward, carrying the songs along invisible pathways. Each voice, though individual, merges into a collective devotion, creating a blanket of sound that feels both infinite and intimate. It is here that the presence of the divine is palpable, not through spectacle, but through the patient accumulation of attention, ritual, and reverence that the hymns they chant are not merely for the gods, but for the alignment of time itself. Each song marks the turning of hours, the rising and setting of celestial bodies, the progression of seasons. Priests and priestesses are aware that their devotion sustains more than memory, it sustains the order of life. Farmers, kings, and citizens rely on the rhythm of temple practice to guide planting, harvest, and celebration. Hymn and action weave a fabric of continuity in which human and cosmic order are inseparable, and every note contributes to a balance that has endured for centuries. You begin to feel the presence of centuries. The countless hands that have tended altars, the voices that have risen at dawn and dusk, the silent attention that has accompanied every offering. Each chant is layered with meaning, shaped by both intention and tradition, echoing through the corridors of time. To stand among the priests and priestesses is to touch the pulse of devotion itself, to feel the weight of responsibility and the serenity of alignment. Their lives are measured in breaths, notes, and offerings, each a bridge between human striving and divine constancy. Within the inner chambers, chants carry differently. The acoustics of stone amplify certain frequencies, allowing prayers to linger, vibrating gently through the air. Each syllable becomes tangible, a current of devotion that touches all who enter. Incense smoke weaves with sound, creating a multi-sensory experience that anchors attention and quiets the mind. The priests and priestesses move in this space with profound awareness, their gestures calibrated to enhance both presence and resonance, making the temple itself a living instrument of worship. You imagine witnessing a festival within the temple, when every priest and priestess contributes to a collective chorus. Songs fill the ziggurat from base to summit, voices harmonizing with the cadence of drums, the scent of offerings, and the glow of firelight. Hymns honor life, death, renewal, and continuity, encompassing the full spectrum of human experience. Observing this, you feel the subtle energy of devotion, not as spectacle, but as quiet, steady force, like the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Their training begins early and is lifelong. Young initiates learn the hymns, the rhythms, the gestures, and the etiquette of presence. Memory and voice become instruments refined with care. Every act of devotion is precise, every song a lesson in patience and attentiveness. The spiritual discipline of the priests and priestesses ensures that the hymns are not lost to time, that the rituals continue to resonate with meaning, and that the temple remains a home not only for the gods, but for human hearts seeking alignment, focus, and peace. The role of these keepers of devotion extends beyond ceremony. They counsel, guide, and observe, carrying wisdom that blends ritual, observation, and practical knowledge. Through their daily engagement with sacred sound and ritual, they maintain the stability of both temple and city, their presence a quiet anchor. Hymns are both armor and nourishment, sustaining the spiritual and communal life of the people. To hear them is to sense the steadiness of devotion, the persistence of care, and the intimacy of human attention extended across time. You imagine stepping back from the inner sanctum, the hum of ongoing chants blending into the natural rhythm of the world beyond. The city may move in its usual busyness, but the presence of devotion lingers, subtle and persistent. Every breath of air, every ripple in water, every turn of sun or moon carries a trace of the temple's song. The priests and priestesses have embedded continuity into existence itself, allowing the divine to remain present through sound, attention, and intention in moments of quiet. You hear the layering of centuries, the hum of voices past, the steady recitation of hymns, the ritual gestures enacted countless times. Each priest and priestess contributes to an unbroken chain, a living archive of devotion. Their voices, though temporal, extend beyond time, touching the present with a weightless certainty of song. Even silence becomes charged with reverence, as absence amplifies presence, and the attentive listener senses the vast reach of continuous care. Their devotion is steady, like the arc of celestial bodies, like the slow rhythm of rivers and seasons. Hymns are both foundation and vessel, supporting life while carrying it toward deeper awareness. To imagine their presence is to imagine a continuum of faith, a steady current of song and offering that never ceases. Each note, each movement, each breath contributes to the rhythm of the world, aligning human hearts with patterns that have persisted through countless generations. You feel enveloped by this devotion, a soft, ever-present blanket of sound, movement, and intention. It is not demanding, not dramatic, but sustaining. It reminds you that care, attention, and ritual are both anchor and guide. Hymns bridge mortal and divine, time and eternity, silence and song, standing among the priests and priestesses, or imagining yourself there. You sense the fullness of devotion, its continuity, its steadiness, its quiet power to shape consciousness and provide refuge. As the day closes, voices lower, but never vanish. Dusk brings the final chance, the setting of incense, the settling of stone into shadow. Hymns continue in memory, echoing in corridors and in consciousness, a gentle testament to the enduring work of those who serve the divine with sound and intention. Even as you step away, the rhythm lingers, a soft, eternal presence, a reminder that devotion is not confined to time or space, but flows onward, constant and sustaining, like breath carried across centuries. Chapter 15. Sacred Rituals, the flow of offering in the heart of Sumerian temples. Rituals unfold not as spectacle, but as gentle, deliberate acts of devotion. Each movement is intentional, each offering a quiet conversation with the divine. Priests and priestesses carry bowls of bread, vessels of water, and small censers filled with fragrant incense. Their hands moving with care, as if the weight of each item carries both mortal and cosmic significance. Hymns rise alongside these gestures, their cadence guiding every motion, shaping both space and attention. You imagine the soft rustle of robes as they move through chambers lined with stone and light. The glow of oil lamps flickers across carved walls, casting shadows that deepen the sense of presence. Incense curls upward, cedar and myrrh mingling to create an atmosphere that both grounds and elevates. Each act, the placing of bread, the pouring of water, the lighting of a flame, accompanied by a whispered hymn, a thread of sound connecting the human to the eternal. Even in silence, the ritual speaks. The flow of offering is more than ceremony. It is an embodiment of awareness. The Sumerians understood that devotion is not only in thought, but in action. Each element bread to nourish, water to purify, incense to carry prayers selected and presented with mindfulness. Gestures are slow, deliberate, and repeated with care. Through repetition, attention, and song, the ritual becomes a vessel, shaping the consciousness of all who participate or observe. Time itself seems to stretch, bending to the quiet rhythm of offering. You imagine stepping lightly among these acts, feeling the soft pulse of devotion in each movement. A priest places a small loaf upon a stone altar, murmuring a hymn to honor Nanna, the moon god. The bread feels heavier than it is, imbued with intention and care. Water is poured into a shallow basin, the surface reflecting lamplight, as if the heavens themselves are mirrored in the liquid. Cedar smoke rises, curling slowly, mingling with the breath of those present. Hymns float gently above the scene, a musical current that shapes awareness and space. The sequence of ritual is neither hurried nor forced. Dawn may bring one series of offerings, dusk another. The flow is continuous, a meditation enacted in sound, gesture, and scent. Each repetition deepens the connection between human and divine, between mortal attention and eternal presence. Hymns carry stories, instructions, and blessings, preserving memory and shaping understanding. Through ritual, the Sumerians embody gratitude, reverence, and care, reminding themselves that life itself is sustained by attention and acknowledgement. You begin to notice the small details that make each ritual sacred: the placement of hands, the alignment of vessels, the pitch of a single note in a hymn. Even minor deviations are attended to, not as correction, but as gentle guidance toward harmony. Every element is interconnected, a subtle network of meaning that extends from the altar to the heavens. To observe or participate is to become aware of rhythm, weight, light, and fragrance as a single, continuous presence. Rituals also mark cycles. Seasonal offerings correspond to planting and harvest, to the waxing and waning of the moon, to the passage of celestial bodies. Hymns articulate these rhythms, reminding all who listen that human life flows in concert with larger patterns. The bread placed upon the altar reflects grain in the fields. Water mirrors rivers that sustain the land. Incense represents the intangible prayer rising like smoke into the unseen. Through ritual, the Sumerians honor the flow of life, the cyclical nature of existence, and the enduring presence of the gods. You imagine a night ceremony within the inner sanctum. Lamps are lit in sequence, their flames reflecting off polished vessels. Hymns echo softly against stone walls, each note carrying weight and intention. Priests move in measured steps, pouring water, presenting bread, and offering incense. The quietness is profound, yet the space feels alive, resonating with layered presence. Even those who remain in the shadows sense the delicate power of these actions. The way devotion shapes both space and consciousness. Every ritual is a meditation, each motion a conduit for awareness. The priestess lifts a vessel of water, her movements mirrored in the silent attention of others. Hymns provide rhythm, weaving past, present, and future into a continuous stream of reverence. The fragrance of cedar lingers. The warmth of lamplight softens the edges of perception, and the offering itself becomes a bridge between human and divine. Each act, though small, is infinite in significance, part of a continuum stretching back Through centuries of devotion, you imagine the layering of sound, scent, and emotion. Hymns rise in harmony with the flow of water, the placement of bread, the curling of incense smoke. Each layer enriches the others, creating an environment where presence and attention are inseparable. Even a single observer, quietly noticing, becomes part of this sacred flow, their consciousness gently drawn into rhythm with the ritual. Devotion is not only enacted, it is received, circulating outward like a subtle current, connecting temple, city, and sky. These rituals are also acts of preservation. Hymns ensure memory, gestures sustain meaning, and offerings maintain continuity. Priests and priestesses teach novices, guiding hands and voices with patience. Each repetition reinforces understanding, linking human attention with the cosmic patterns the rituals honor. The flow of offering is both practical and symbolic, sustaining life in fields, rivers, and hearts, while keeping alive the sacred knowledge of centuries. You imagine the quiet exhale of a completed ritual. The lamps burn low, incense curls into the night, water remains still in its vessels. Hymns continue in memory, resonating softly within the stones and in the minds of those present. Even as silence settles, the presence of devotion lingers, a subtle, persistent energy that aligns human hearts with the sacred patterns of the world. In this stillness, it becomes clear that every small offering, every whispered hymn, carries the weight and beauty of eternity. Each act of ritual, though gentle and quiet, is a thread in a vast tapestry. The Sumerians understood that the divine is not distant but present, woven into daily life through attention and intention. Bread, water, and incense are more than gifts. They are touch points connecting human hands with celestial patterns. Hymns provide continuity, echoing the cycles of stars, seasons, and time itself. Through these offerings, humans and gods meet in a space both tangible and unseen, where gratitude and presence converge in continuous, flowing devotion. You imagine stepping back from the temple chambers, leaving the glow of lamps and the curl of incense behind, yet sensing their trace in the air and in your awareness. The flow of offering continues, not bound by walls or time, but carried forward in the attention and intention of those who act and those who remember. Each ritual, no matter how small, is an expression of alignment, gratitude, and presence. A soft current connecting the temporal to the eternal, the mortal to the divine. Even the smallest gesture, the placing of bread, the pouring of water, the lighting of a flame, becomes sacred when enacted with attention. Hymns rise and fall, incense curls, and the temple breathes in rhythm with devotion. The flow of offering is gentle, yet enduring, quiet, yet infinitely present. You sense that each act, each note, each breath carries not only intention but continuity, linking the present to countless generations who have walked the same path, performed the same rituals, and honored the same unseen presence. In this quiet continuity, the sacred is felt rather than seen, known through rhythm, repetition, and attention. You imagine the lingering fragrance, the soft glow, the echo of hymns, each element converging into a single experience of devotion. The temple, the ritual, the offerings all are inseparable from the act of presence itself. And even as you leave this imagined space, the flow of offering continues, invisible yet persistent. A gentle current reminding you that devotion, once given, extends beyond time, beyond action, into the very fabric of being. Chapter 16. Hymns of Creation. The song of beginnings long before cities, roads, and rivers were charted. Their hymns speak not only of gods and mortals, but of the delicate unfolding of existence itself. In the earliest verses, rivers are born from the sky, clay soft and wet beneath divine hands, and breath is gifted as the spark of life. These hymns do not rush. They move with a gentle rhythm of creation, inviting attention to the formation of both matter and spirit. You imagine the earth, damp beneath early sunlight, each mound of clay reflecting the first light in muted gleams. Water gathers in shallow pools, its surface holding the reflection of unseen movements. Here, creation is tactile, a world molded with care, where each curve of river and rise of hill is the result of deliberate, tender shaping. Hymns rise alongside these gestures, softly articulating the pattern and intention behind the forming of life. Each note carries both story and presence, anchoring human awareness to the vast process of becoming. The gods in these hymns act with patience and attention. Humans are molded from mud, sculpted in miniature, yet complete, each imbued with spirit, with purpose, with breath. The act of creation is not violent or sudden. It is deliberate, meditative, a sequence of gestures that weave body, mind, and soul into a single living entity. You begin to feel the care in these hymns, the way intention shapes the smallest details, the curve of a hand, the spark of consciousness that animates clay into life. You imagine walking along the banks of an unformed river, where water begins to gather and meander in gentle arcs. Clay is damp underfoot, soft yet solid, holding the imprint of divine fingers. Hymns rise in the air, a continuous stream of sound that guides attention and awareness, mapping the cosmos in song. Breath enters the first humans, filling bodies shaped by care and imagination. Each inhalation is a gift, each heartbeat a note. In the grand ongoing melody of creation in these hymns is deeply relational. Rivers flow not only through the land, but through the attention of those who observe, shaping the understanding of life itself. Clay becomes body, spirit becomes presence, and the universe is recognized as a shared act of attention. You notice how every element, water, earth, breath, works in harmony. Hymns do not merely describe, they enact, reminding listeners that consciousness and devotion are entwined with the physical unfolding of the world. The Song of Beginnings also honors cycles. Just as rivers rise and fall, so too do the seasons, the planting and harvest, the ebb and flow of life. Each act of creation is reflected in ongoing patterns. Humans, shaped from clay, are given responsibilities, tending fields, caring for flocks, participating in the cycles initiated by divine hands. Through hymns, the Sumerians acknowledge that life is not static. It moves, grows, and returns, in rhythms both natural and sacred. You imagine the first humans opening their eyes, feeling the warmth of sun and the coolness of water. Hymns accompany each gesture, a continuous acknowledgement of the sacred nature of existence. Breath is both divine and personal, a constant reminder that spirit and body are inseparable. Creation is not a moment, but a flowing experience. A song that continues as long as rivers run and hearts beat. Even the shaping of mud into form is reverent, fingers pressed gently, smoothing and lifting, tracing the contours that will become hands, feet, faces. Hymns rise, echoing the rhythm of movement and thought, articulating the union of matter and consciousness. You feel the sacredness in the simplicity of these acts, the awareness that creation is not merely an event in the past, but a living presence, continuously renewed through attention, ritual, and song. You imagine the clay glowing faintly in the light of early dawn, as if carrying the memory of divine touch. Water gathers and spreads, rivers finding their courses, mountains rising slowly from earth. Hymns map this unfolding, each note a gentle acknowledgement of order, purpose, and care. The Song of Beginnings teaches that creation is relational. The gods, the land, the rivers, and humans are all participants, entwined in a continuous dialogue of presence and intention. The breath given to the first humans is mirrored in the air itself. Wind moves across the plains, stirring reeds and grasses, carrying sound and scent. Hymns of creation rise in response, articulating the interconnection of all things. You sense the gentle pulse of life emerging, not forced, but encouraged, nurtured by attention and song. Every element, clay, water, air, breathalyzes with this pulse, creating a symphony of forming that continues through time and memory. You notice the tactile intimacy of creation. Hands pressing clay, water shaping the land, breath igniting spirit. Each hymn captures this intimacy, preserving both story and understanding for future generations. The Sumerians recognized that the divine manifests in small gestures as much as in grand acts, that the song of beginnings is found in the minutiae of touch, sound, and attention. Through their hymns, humans are invited to witness and participate, to align their awareness with the ongoing flow of becoming. Rivers in these hymns are more than water, they are connectors, pathways of both matter and meaning. They carry reflection, sustenance, and sound. Clay is not only the substance of the body, but a medium of divine attention, molded to shape consciousness as well as form. Breath animates this combination, linking humans to gods, present to past, and potential to realization. Through song, the Sumerians articulate these subtle connections, teaching that existence itself is both sacred and participatory. You imagine the first dawn after creation, when humans rise to explore rivers and fields, to notice the contours of clay and the shimmer of water. Hymns continue, rising with the breeze, threading through the reeds, following the courses of rivers and the arcs of clouds. Every gesture, every breath, every step becomes infused with awareness, carrying the intention embedded in the earliest acts of creation. Presence itself becomes an offering, a continuation of the song of beginnings. Even in the quiet of night, the echoes of these hymns persist. They carry the memory of rivers, the shaping of clay, the granting of breath. Creation is experienced not only in the moment of forming, but in the attentive remembrance that follows. You sense that these songs are more than narrative. They are living threads that tie the mortal to the eternal, the past to the present, the visible to the unseen. Each note is a reminder that the act of being is itself sacred, continuous, and purposeful. You imagine tracing the lines of rivers with your gaze, feeling the cool weight of clay and inhaling the rhythm of breath. Hymns guide attention through these elements, encouraging awareness of interconnectedness, care, and presence. Creation is not completed and forgotten. It is remembered, enacted, and carried forward. Through song and observation, humans maintain alignment with the processes initiated by divine hands, becoming participants in the unfolding of the world. The Song of Beginnings teaches a subtle but profound truth that creation is ongoing, and that attention, reverence, and care are inseparable from life itself. Rivers continue to flow. Clay continues to be shaped. Breath continues to move through bodies, hearts, and wind. Hymns rise, soft and persistent, reminding all who listen that existence is both gift and responsibility, a rhythm to be honored and a song to be joined, even as you imagine stepping away from the first waters, the damp earth, and the soft curves of clay. The Song of Beginnings lingers. You feel its presence in quiet awareness, in inhalation and exhalation, in the pulse of rivers and the shifting of light. Creation is not a distant story, but a current in which all who pay attention participate. Each breath, each thought, each gesture is part of this continuous song, echoing softly through time and memory, carrying the gentle promise that life, shaped with care and attention, endures. Chapter 17. Hymns of Kingship, Rulers as Shepherds in the Quiet of Sumerian Cities. Kings were not merely figures of power. They were caretakers of harmony, guardians of the delicate balance between gods, land, and people. Hymns spoke of their selection by the divine, not to dominate, but to tend. In these songs, rulers appear less as conquerors and more as shepherds, entrusted with guiding lives and maintaining equilibrium. Their authority is framed not in force or fear, but in responsibility, in attentive stewardship, and in alignment with cosmic order. You imagine the morning in a city courtyard, sunlight spilling across mud brick walls. The king moves among the people, unseen yet present, each step mirrored in hymns sung by priests and scribes. These hymns weave praise with instruction, honoring wisdom, patience, and justice. They articulate a vision of leadership that is measured, gentle, and rooted in the continuity of life. Each line is a reminder that governance is a service, a sacred task performed with reverence and care. Kingship in Sumer was inseparable from spirituality. Hymns present rulers as intermediaries, channels through which divine guidance flows into. The land, they are described as chosen by gods, their authority legitimized by sacred recognition rather than conquest alone. In listening to these hymns, you sense the deep intertwining of earthly duty and spiritual insight, the way governance is harmonized with the unseen order of the universe. Every decree, every decision is framed as an echo of divine intention, a reflection of the world's natural rhythm. You picture the ruler standing quietly before a ziggurat, the temple steps leading up toward the heavens. Hymns rise with incense smoke, soft and steady, praising balance and care. These songs do not glorify power for its own sake. Instead, they speak to the responsibility of maintaining peace, of tending to people like a shepherd tends his flock, attentive to each life, each need, each cycle. Authority is expressed as nurturance, guidance, and vigilance rather than force or display. The language of these hymns is deliberate, measured, and intimate. Kings are lauded for wisdom and foresight, for the capacity to weigh decisions with compassion and clarity. Hymns describe their role in observing the land, ensuring that rivers flow, fields produce, and justice is upheld. Leadership is thus a rhythmic act, a continuous, careful attention to the structures of life, mirrored in the steady cadence of song. Listening to these hymns, you imagine the city breathing as one organism, with the king as both sentinel and servant. Ritual accompanies rule. Hymns are sung at dawn, at dusk, marking the passage of day and the cycles of governance. Priests and scribes lend voice to the sacred chorus, articulating the king's duties, celebrating his alignment with divine will. You imagine standing in the temple courtyard, voices blending into a gentle, enveloping sound, a reminder that the act of ruling is also an act of devotion. Hymns frame kingship, anchoring temporal authority in spiritual awareness. These hymns often describe kings as shepherds not only of land but of law, culture, and memory. They guide the hearts of their people, protect the weak, and uphold the boundaries that allow society to flourish. In this vision, leadership is quiet and deliberate, manifesting in daily attention, ritual, and careful observance. You sense that the soft cadence of song itself embodies governance, measured, persistent, attentive to the subtle flows of life and consequence. You picture a king walking through fields, touching grain, observing flocks, feeling the weight of his responsibility as both blessing and burden. Hymns praise these attentions, recording his care for each element of the city, each individual within it. Kingship is framed as partnership with the gods, a sacred trust that must be tended as diligently as the rivers and lands themselves. Every action is witnessed, every choice reflected in the enduring music of devotion, justice. In these hymns, is inseparable from guidance. Kings are described as weighing truth and fairness, listening to counsel, and understanding the lives of those they govern. Hymns celebrate their capacity for empathy, foreseeing not only the surface of human behavior, but the currents beneath it. In this vision, leadership is an extension of the same attentiveness found in the divine, echoing the principles that shaped the cosmos itself. You imagine the subtle rituals of daily rule, the placing of offerings, the blessing of harvests, the guidance of civic decisions. Hymns accompany these moments, a soft oral reminder that kingship is not static authority, but dynamic participation in the life of the people. Leadership is thus a living practice, maintained through consistent care, reflection, and alignment with sacred principles. The king's role is as much to listen and observe as it is to act. A reminder that true authority emerges from presence and responsibility. The imagery in these hymns often emphasizes quiet strength. Kings are compared to shepherds guiding flocks across hills, rivers, and fields. They are guardians of balance, holding the well-being of many within attentive awareness. Hymns draw attention to the subtle gestures, ensuring water channels are clear, noting the growth of grain, responding to the needs of citizens. Power is expressed in stewardship rather than domination, in the capacity to maintain harmony rather than to command through fear. You imagine the king's throne not as a seat of spectacle, but as a center of responsibility. Hymns describe councils, ritual observances, and moments of solitary reflection, where rulers align their decisions with principles of justice, balance, and care. Each decision is an echo of the divine pattern, each action a continuation of sacred order. The soft cadence of hymns reinforces this rhythm, embedding governance within the soundscape of devotion, making leadership itself a meditative act. Kingship is also portrayed in relation to continuity and memory. Hymns ensure that the deeds of rulers are remembered, their attentions recorded as lessons for future generations. Their songs convey ideals, offering guidance not through force but through example. Listening to these hymns, you feel the enduring presence of these rulers, not as conquerors whose power fades, but as shepherds whose influence persists in the structures, rituals, and rhythms they maintain. Even small gestures are honored. Hymns speak of rulers greeting citizens, blessing flocks, overseeing irrigation, listening to disputes with patience. Every act is infused with the understanding that governance is sacred work, continuous and attentive. Authority is measured, compassionate, and deliberate. Through song, kingship is framed as alignment with gods, with people, and with the land itself. You imagine the final notes of a hymn lingering in the evening air, rising above the city rooftops, carrying the resonance of justice, care, and attentiveness. Kings are remembered not for conquest or spectacle, but for their quiet, constant stewardship, the gentle and persistent maintenance of balance. The life of the people, aligning temporal rule with eternal principle in the stillness that follows. The city rests, rivers reflecting moonlight, fields awaiting dawn. Hymns of kingship continue to echo, subtle yet present, reminding all who listen that guidance is gentle, justice is measured, and the care of life is a sacred duty. Even as night deepens, the voice of these rulers lingers in memory, a quiet shepherding of thought and spirit, leaving the world aligned, attentive, and at peace. Chapter 18. Hymns of Love, Inanna and Dumzi in the hushed spaces of Sumerian cities. The hymns of love speak quietly, yet with enduring resonance. They tell of Inanna, radiant and powerful, and Dumuzi, the shepherd whose presence grounds the rhythms of life. Their union is sung not merely as passion or desire, but as a sacred alignment, a balance between forces that sustain the world. In these hymns, love is both tender and purposeful, weaving together the cycles of growth, sorrow, and renewal. You imagine moonlight spilling across courtyards, soft and silver, illuminating clay walls and worn steps. Voices rise in gentle cadence, each note stretching like breath through the night. These songs describe longing and reunion, separation and return, the ebb and flow of attachment and devotion. Love is depicted as a rhythm, a force that harmonizes hearts and lands alike, uniting divine will with human emotion. Each syllable carries weight, yet feels effortless, as though the very air remembers the stories of Inanna and Dumuzi. Hymns portray Inanna as both lover and sovereign, her presence commanding yet inviting. She embodies beauty, desire, and the cycles of life, guiding the world through her choices and actions. Dumuzi complements her as shepherd and partner, his story entwined with the seasons, with growth, and with renewal. Together, they are more than a couple. They are a pattern of balance, a reflection of the connection between power and care, action and receptivity, heaven and earth. The love described in these hymns is patient, observing, and enduring. Separation is inevitable, yet not tragic. Absence brings reflection, allowing longing to deepen and devotion to strengthen. Reunions are celebrated quietly, without excess, emphasizing the harmony achieved when two complementary forces meet. You can almost hear the pause in the music. The gentle inhalation before a note carries the weight of centuries, reminding listeners that love is not always immediate, but it is enduring. These hymns were performed in moonlit courtyards and temple chambers, accompanied by the subtle shimmer of lamps and the soft fragrance of incense. You imagine standing among these singers, feeling the vibration of voices woven into air and stone. Even as the night presses gently around you, the hymns create a sanctuary, a space where love is honored, observed, and given shape. Every note is an offering, every word a thread connecting human experience to divine pattern. Inanna and Dumuzi's story is tied to cycles, not only of human connection, but of the natural world. Dumuzi descends and returns, a shepherd caught between seasons, and Inanna rises and moves with intention, her presence marking transformation and change. Love in these hymns is inseparable from the passage of time, from the rhythm of days, and from the unfolding of life itself. Each song carries this awareness, whispering that devotion is as much about constancy as it is about passion. You imagine the textures of their world, the warm earth underfoot, the whisper of reeds along, the river, the quiet shimmer of stars above. Hymns map these landscapes with gentle attention, embedding stories of affection and yearning into the environment itself. They speak to the senses, to memory, and to imagination, blending the human and divine in a cadence that moves slowly, like water over smooth stones. Even centuries later, their words remain luminous, embers glowing in the mind's quiet night. Love, as sung in these hymns, is attentive. Inanna observes Dumuzi's path, his trials and triumphs, offering guidance and presence. Dumuzi responds with care, his actions protective, deliberate, and attuned. Hymns describe gestures, small and intimate, a hand extended, a gaze meeting. Another, the shared rhythm of footsteps along the riverbank. In these moments, love is active but gentle, potent yet restrained. An interaction that shapes the lives of both and the world around them. The hymns also speak of longing, of absence, and desire, yet never as suffering alone. They frame yearning as sacred, a force that draws attention inward and outward, shaping awareness and understanding. You can sense the pause between words, the gentle weight of anticipation, and the eventual release when union is achieved. Through this pattern, love is portrayed as balanced. It teaches patience, attentiveness, and the acceptance of cycles larger than oneself. Music accompanies every motion. The soft hum of lyres, the quiet tapping of drums, the resonance of voices in temple chambers all create an ambient echo that cradles the stories of Inanna and Doomsday. Hymns transform ordinary spaces into sanctuaries where emotion, ritual, and devotion converge. You imagine standing amidst this sound, letting it carry you gently, each note a reminder that love, though ancient, is ever present, a subtle guiding force in the world. The union of Inanna and Dumuzi is also symbolic. It embodies harmony between contrasting forces, feminine and masculine, divine and earthly, constancy and change. Hymns emphasize that their bond sustains more than emotion. It sustains balance, life, and continuity. Love is not only personal but cosmic, extending its influence through song, through ritual, and through the attentive observation of those who honor it. Each act, each word is a step toward equilibrium. You imagine the quiet aftermath of a hymn. The city still under moonlight, the soft rustle of leaves, and the lingering echo of voices. Even now, across centuries, the story persists. A gentle reminder that devotion endures, that love is sacred, and that the balance between longing and reunion is a principle both human and divine. Hymns preserve this teaching, allowing it to resonate through time, soft yet insistent, like a heartbeat in the dark. Even the smallest gestures are celebrated. A look exchanged, a touch of hands, a shared understanding, all become part of the sacred song. Hymns elevate the mundane to the eternal, showing that attention, care, and recognition are as vital as grand declarations. The union of Inanna and Dumuzi reminds listeners that love is built in quiet attentiveness as much as in extraordinary events. The stories are also reflections on resilience. Cycles of separation, sorrow, and return are framed as natural, necessary, and even nurturing. Hymns encourage the listener to perceive absence not as loss, but as a moment of preparation, reflection, and growth. Reunions are celebrated quietly, with gratitude reinforcing the sense that love, when attuned to rhythm and presence, persists beyond circumstance, beyond time, and beyond change. You imagine the last notes of a hymn fading into night, leaving a soft silence that feels full rather than empty. The echo of Inanna and Doomsday's devotion lingers in memory, in the earth, in the air. Even across centuries, the lessons of their love continue to hum softly, reminding all who encounter them that tenderness, balance, and attentive care are the threads that hold worlds together. And in that lingering quiet, as moonlight fades and night deepens, the warmth of their song remains, subtle ember, soft and enduring, carrying the essence of love that moves beyond words. beyond time and into the still, sacred spaces of the heart. Chapter 19. Hymns of mourning, songs of passing in the quiet spaces of Sumerian life. Not every hymn celebrates birth, growth, or love. Some speak to absence, to the turning of seasons within the human heart, to the inevitable passage that touches all living things. Mourning hymns were carefully composed, each note shaped with reverence, each word chosen to honor those who had departed. These songs were not expressions of despair, but of remembrance, guiding both the living and the dead into a shared stillness. You imagine the sound of soft voices in temple courtyards, carried gently on the evening air. The melody rises slowly, weaving through narrow streets and across quiet fields, reaching homes where loss has left its tender mark. Every syllable feels deliberate, each pause a breath of reflection, allowing the listener to dwell in memory without being overwhelmed. The Sumerians believed that sorrow, when sung with care, could become an offering, a gentle bridge between worlds. Mourning hymns often opened with the recounting of life, naming qualities, deeds, and moments that defined the departed. These were not merely recollections. They were affirmations, reminders that the presence of the departed persisted in memory and ritual. You can imagine standing among mourners, hearing these hymns rise like a river of sound, each voice adding warmth, each echo preserving the contours of a life once lived, transformed into something enduring and sacred. The rituals surrounding these songs were intimate. Softly glowing lamps flickered in the corners of temple chambers, incense curling through the air with a scent of cedar and myrrh. The ritual objects, clay, figurines, bowls of water, freshly baked bread were placed with care, not as offerings to appease, but as acknowledgments of presence. Hymns intertwined with these gestures, giving rhythm to remembrance and continuity to mourning. Even the smallest movement became a sign of respect, a whisper of connection that extended beyond death. Sumerian texts often describe mourning as a journey, both for the soul that departs and for those who remain. Hymns guided listeners through stages of grief, shock, sorrow, acceptance, and finally, gentle peace. You imagine the pause between notes, the subtle rise and fall of each phrase, as if the song itself breathed with the rhythm of loss. In this cadence, grief becomes a shared experience, tenderly held, rather than a solitary weight. These songs were often performed at dawn or dusk, times when light is soft and shadows stretch long, reflecting the transient nature of life. The melody carries the listener gently, first through sadness, then toward stillness, carrions recognize that mourning, when honored in song, is not something to be hurried or concealed. It is a process, sacred in its unfolding, a means by which both the living and the departed find balance. The texts of these hymns evoke imagery of wind, rivers, and night skies. Names of the departed are lifted like petals on a soft breeze, each syllable drifting outward, carrying memory into the world. The imagery is not abstract, but grounded in the tangible, the flow of water, the rustle of leaves, the quiet hum of the city at rest. Through these associations, the songs connect life to nature, grief to continuity, and passing to the larger rhythms of existence, you begin to feel the intimacy of such a hymn, the way each voice is layered, sometimes blending, sometimes separating, echoing the complex emotions of those left behind. There is a gentle steadiness, a calm that invites reflection. Even in sadness, the hymn is a lullaby of presence, affirming that while a life has moved beyond, its resonance endures in memory and ritual. The act of singing itself was seen as a service, a sacred duty. Priests and priestesses, as well as family members, lent their voices to carry these songs. Each tone was deliberate, each word pronounced with care, ensuring that the essence of the departed was honored and preserved. You can picture their faces serene, eyes lowered, hands raised in gestures of reverence. The very act of voicing grief became a pathway to peace, allowing sorrow to transform into quiet devotion. Mourning hymns also served as guidance for the living. They reminded communities of the cycles of life and death, of the fleeting nature of human existence, and of the importance of honoring those who came before. The repetition of melody and word reinforced memory, ensuring that each person's contribution to life was acknowledged. Even as the voices faded into silence, the echoes lingered, sustaining connection across time, a subtle bridge between generations. The power of these hymns lies in their simplicity. There is no urgency, no rush to closure, no need to mask pain with spectacle. Instead, they provide space, allowing grief to be felt fully, absorbed gently, and then set down. You imagine sitting among listeners, feeling the weight of loss balanced by the comfort of communal expression. The air hums with shared memory, and the act of listening becomes as sacred as the act of singing. Symbols in the hymns often reflect natural cycles, rivers flowing, seasons turning, the slow arc of stars across the sky. These reminders frame death not as an ending, but as part of a larger order, a transition that sustains the world. Through this lens, sorrow is softened, fear diminished, and acceptance cultivated. The departed are seen as continuing within these cycles, their presence felt in the wind, the water, and the quiet spaces between songs. You can almost hear the gentle conclusion of a hymn, when voices diminish to a hum, leaving a soft silence that is neither empty nor heavy. In that quiet, a sense of balance is restored. Grief has been honored, remembrance secured, and the heart, though tender, finds rest. The Sumerians understood that even in passing, life and love continue, carried forward in song, in ritual, and in the attentive presence of those who remember, even. After centuries, these hymns remain a guide, a reminder that mourning is not an abandonment of life, but an affirmation of connection. The softness of their phrasing, the care in their performance, and the grounding in nature and ritual all serve to comfort, to steady, and to provide space for reflection. In every note and every pause, there is acknowledgement. The departed are not forgotten, and those who remain are held in gentle embrace, in the lingering quiet after a hymn ends. The air seems to retain a subtle warmth, as if the voices themselves have left a trace of presence. You can sense the continuity of life and death, the delicate weave of memory and care. The soft glow of lamps, the faint scent of incense, the ripple of distant voices whole, converge into a moment of peace that transcends time. In this way, the songs of mourning are not merely expressions of loss, but gifts of rest, carrying both sorrow and solace to the living and the departed alike. And in that stillness, as night deepens and the world settles, the echoes of these ancient voices remain a quiet testament to love, remembrance, and the enduring rhythm of life and passing, whispered into eternity. Chapter 20. Hymns of the Stars. The silent heavens above the fertile plains of Mesopotamia. The sky stretches, vast and unbroken, a canvas of subtle light and shadow. To the Sumerians, each point of brightness was more than a distant fire, was a presence, a being whose movements reflected divine rhythm. Hymns arose from this understanding, softly sung accounts of the heavens, tracing paths and patterns that spoke of order, guidance, and quiet awe. These were not songs of entertainment, but of reverence, connecting human life to the immense sweep of the cosmos. You imagine lying on cool earth, the ground firm beneath your body, and lifting your gaze to the stars above. Constellations are not mere shapes, but beings in motion, their slow, celestial dance mirrored in song. Each hymn rises in gentle cadence, like breath measured against the pulse of the night. The Sumerians sang of movements that echoed the cycles of rivers and seasons, tracing the interwoven rhythms of sky and soil, of human toil and divine presence. The texts speak of gods and spirits inhabiting these points of light, their lives, intertwined with those of people below. Planets are described with careful attention, their shifts interpreted as signals of change, guidance, or blessing. You can hear the delicate modulation of voices as they recount these movements, the soft resonance of devotion filling the still air. The songs themselves become a map, a memory, a bridge between earth and sky, offering understanding and comfort to those who watch and listen. Each hymn carries with it layers of meaning. Some celebrate the creation of the heavens, the initial act of divine ordering that sets stars and planets on their courses. Others recount stories of celestial beings interacting with humanity, offering lessons of justice, fertility, or protection. Even the smallest detail, stars' faint flicker, the curve of a constellation becomes significant. The Sumerians wove their observation of the natural world into these songs, blending empirical knowledge with spiritual insight, creating a living record of the skies that nourished both mind and spirit. You begin to sense the intimacy of these songs, the way they encourage reflection, the stillness of night, the expanse of darkness dotted with points of silver and gold, fosters quiet contemplation. Hymns are not hurried. They unfold slowly, each line measured, each pause a moment to feel the vastness above and the subtle presence of the divine within it. The experience is meditative, allowing those who hear or sing to align themselves with rhythms far greater than daily life. Instruments sometimes accompany the hymns, soft strings, delicate reeds, or the steady pulse of a drum. These sounds ripple through the air, mirroring the movement of celestial bodies and lending texture to the songs. You imagine the layers of sound weaving together, voices and instruments blending into a tapestry that stretches from temple to plain, from village to horizon. The music carries reverence, guiding attention upward, connecting listener to the eternal sky. The imagery within the hymns often draws upon natural phenomena. The moon is a sentinel, illuminating the night and influencing life below. The sun charts a daily journey, its rising and setting reflected in song. Comets, eclipses, and planetary alignments are described with awe, seen as expressions of divine will or omens of change. Through the poetic observation embedded in these hymns, the heavens are both familiar and sacred, a living part of human experience. You imagine The Sumerians, gathering beneath open skies, families and priests, elders and children, listening as voices rise and fall. Their attention is rapt, not in fear, but in appreciation. These hymns teach patience, observation, and respect. Each star becomes a teacher, each constellation a story to carry into memory. In this way, the act of singing becomes an act of guidance, aligning the community with both the observable and the unseen, offering continuity in the face of time's passage. Hymns of the stars also provided solace in darkness when human concerns weighed heavily. The steady constancy of the heavens reminded listeners of order, of balance, and of enduring presence. You imagine a child lying beside a parent, absorbing the quiet cadence of song, learning that even in silence, the world remains alive, held by patterns that outlast mortal concerns. These songs become a gentle companion to thought, easing worry and nurturing wonder. The precision with which these hymns describe celestial motions suggests deep observation over generations. Stars are traced, their alignments noted, seasonal, shifts marked with care. Yet, even as the Sumerians engaged in careful tracking, the tone of the songs remains tender and meditative, never clinical. They blend curiosity with devotion, knowledge with wonder, teaching that science and spirituality are not opposed but complementary, especially when expressed in song. As night deepens, the hymns rise in soft unison, voices blending with the whisper of wind across the plains. The stars shimmer in apparent stillness, yet the hymns remind all who listen that movement and life continue above and within. Every pause in the song feels like a breath taken by the sky itself. Every note, a reflection of enduring balance. In these moments, the listener feels a profound alignment, heart, mind, and cosmos moving in quiet harmony. You begin to feel the gentle sweep of time in these hymns. Seasons pass, rivers flood and recede, crops grow and are harvested. Yet the stars endure and the songs continue. Each generation learns the melodies anew, finding comfort and guidance in familiar patterns. The hymns of the stars are therefore not only devotion, but inheritance, carrying wisdom and peace across centuries. Even now, imagining those ancient voices, one senses the intimacy of connection, a song offered to the cosmos, a meditation on presence and permanence, a gentle reminder of the continuity of life and sky. The Sumerians understood that their place under the heavens was both humble and significant, that each life and each song contributes to a larger, silent rhythm that stretches beyond human perception in the final moments of a hymn as voices taper and instruments soften. The silence that follows is full. It holds the weight of memory, devotion, and wonder. The stars continue their eternal paths. The night air trembles with quiet resonance, and a sense of calm settles over those who have listened. The hymn ends not with a conclusion, but with presence, gentle echo of light, a lingering pulse. In the heart, a reminder that the heavens and the songs sung to them endure across time. Chapter 21. Hymns of Justice, Balance, and Ordering the Heart of Sumer. The concept of justice was not measured in retribution or fear, but in the quiet, deliberate maintenance of balance. Hymns carried this understanding, offering melodies that spoke of harmony, of brokenness restored, of order returned to places where chaos once lingered. These songs were not political proclamations. They were spiritual reflections, instruments for attuning human hearts to the rhythm of the divine. Justice was alive, moving through the air in song, shaping both thought and action with subtle insistence. You imagine a courtyard at twilight, the sky dimming with the soft blush of evening as voices rise and fall in measured cadence. Each note is deliberate, each pause intentional, echoing the careful consideration inherent in balance. The gods themselves are described as vigilant yet gentle, their power expressed not in the severity of punishment, but in the quiet restoration of what has faltered. Every hymn teaches patience and discernment, inviting listeners to see fairness not as strict enforcement, but as the steady alignment of all things. The imagery of water recurs in many hymns. Still pools reflecting moonlight, their surfaces calm, yet capable of revealing hidden truths. These mirrors of the heavens symbolize the ideal of justice, a reflection of what is, free from distortion and capable of revealing both fault and beauty with clarity. You feel the cool presence of these waters as you imagine the hymns, melody carrying across the stones, settling over those who hear, inviting them to absorb the principles embedded within each note. Hymns of justice also speak of restoration. They recount tales of villages where disputes arose, of crops lost, of agreements forgotten. In song, these moments of imbalance are met not with immediate condemnation, but with intervention designed to return harmony. Gods are depicted as guides and mediators, observing the threads of life and gently weaving them back into order. In listening, one begins to perceive the subtle message. Peace is cultivated, not demanded. Equilibrium nurtured, not imposed. The melodies themselves are soft and flowing, each phrase rising and falling like a gentle tide. Instruments such as the lyre, harp, or soft drums accompany the voices, providing rhythm without urgency, resonance without pressure. Together, they create an environment that encourages contemplation, allowing each listener to feel the weight and grace of justice in an almost tangible way. Harmony in song becomes an invitation to harmonize within, to align one's own heart and actions with principles greater than oneself. You imagine a gathering of people, priests and commoners alike, absorbing these hymns beneath the shelter of temple walls or under open skies. Their attention is quiet, reflective. The words and tones offer guidance, a model for living in a way that acknowledges both individual responsibility and communal welfare. Each line is a reminder that the divine principle of justice is not distant, abstract, or punitive, but close, immediate, and sustaining. The hymns frequently draw upon the natural world to illustrate the workings of fairness. Trees grow in measured rhythm, rivers flow with predictable cycles, stars maintain their courses across centuries. Such patterns become metaphors for moral and social balance, teaching that disruption is natural but recoverable, that misalignment is a moment for restoration rather than despair. You begin to sense the song's intention to weave human experience into the larger fabric of cosmic order. Justice is also described as relational, not solitary. Neighbors, rulers, and the divine, emphasizing reciprocity and care. When one element is out of harmony, the imbalance affects all. Listening to these songs, you can feel the careful attention the Sumerians paid to communal equilibrium. Their understanding that fairness extends beyond law to encompass empathy, stewardship, and the maintenance of trust, even in the face of wrongdoing. The tone of the hymns remains gentle, almost tender. Missteps are acknowledged, consequences recognized, yet the emphasis is always on correction and restoration. You imagine the soft rise and fall of voices lifting the weight of imbalance, offering reassurance that harmony can return. In this way, the hymns cultivate patience, compassion, and a sense of responsibility, guiding listeners to act with both firmness and understanding. The cyclical nature of these melodies mirrors the cycles of life itself. Just as the moon waxes and wanes and rivers flood and recede, so too does justice operate in recurring, measured patterns. Harmony may be disturbed, yet it is always recoverable, and each hymn reinforces the confidence that restoration is possible. You sense the serenity in this repetition, the quiet assurance that even when disruption occurs, there is a pathway back to balance, marked by attentiveness, care, and the steady hand of divine order. As the final notes of the hymns fade into silence, you feel the lingering effect of alignment. The air seems lighter, the mind calmer, the heart steadier. Justice, as sung by the Sumerians, is not a distant concept, but a living presence, woven through song, landscape, and life. It rests gently, like moonlight upon still waters, a reminder. That peace is found not in domination, but in equilibrium, and that even in the quietest moments, the principles of fairness continue to guide the flow of existence. Chapter 22, Hymns of Healing. The breath of restoration in the quiet spaces of Sumerian temples. Healing was understood as both a physical and a spiritual journey. Hymns carried this knowledge, reaching beyond the body to touch the heart, the mind, and the breath itself. These songs were not hurried incantations, but careful, deliberate prayers, designed to move through time as much as through space. They called upon Enki, the god of wisdom and waters, Gula, the goddess of healing, and other divine patrons, asking not for sudden cures, but for steady renewal, the kind that flows gently, unnoticed at first, like a river reclaiming its course. You imagine a small room dimly lit by oil lamps, the air scented with cedar and myrrh. Hands rest lightly upon the sick, offering comfort before words. Then a voice begins to hum, low and steady, rising and falling in cadence with the quiet breathing of those present. Each note is a thread, weaving together intention and presence, connecting those who sing with those who listen, and with the unseen forces invoked through devotion. Healing, in this context, is not abrupt or loud. It is subtle, a rhythm that aligns breath with song, body with spirit. Hymns of healing often focus on balance, the restoration of what has been unsettled. Illness is seen not merely as physical, but as a disturbance in the natural order, a misalignment of energies that flows through the body, the environment, and the soul. The songs do not command the body to obey, but invite it to return to harmony. In these moments, one can almost feel the pulse of restoration, a gentle tide that ebbs and flows with the intention carried in song. The Sumerians understood the power of repetition, of steady rhythm in guiding recovery. Humming, chanting, and soft singing created patterns that mirrored the cycles of nature, the rise and fall of rivers, the waxing and waning of the moon, the measured passage of day into night. By embedding healing into these rhythms, The hymns reminded listeners that renewal is not sudden but gradual, like the slow unfolding of a flower or the gentle smoothing of stones by water over time. You picture the healer's hands moving lightly, palms hovering above tense shoulders, fingertips brushing foreheads, back, and arms. Each movement is accompanied by the breath of prayer, synchronized with the hymns that fill the space. There is no rush, no urgency, only the quiet insistence of presence and intention. In this way, the body begins to respond, muscles releasing, breath deepening, heart slowing to meet the rhythm of care. The words of the hymns themselves often invoke imagery drawn from the natural world. Waters of life, sunlit fields, the steady flight of birds, and the growth of trees serve as metaphors for the body's own resilience and the spirit's capacity to recover. These images are soft, grounding, and tangible. They do not demand belief, but invite it gently, asking the listener to feel the presence of healing as something lived, not simply imagined. Healing in Sumerian practice was also communal. Priests, family, and neighbors might gather, joining in chorus or silent meditation, each contributing their voice, their breath, their attention. The shared focus magnifies the intention, creating a network of energy that circulates through the room. Even the silent observer becomes part of the ritual, absorbing calm and sending it back, a living loop of care and restoration. The hymns remind us that illness and discomfort are natural, but they need not define existence. The Sumerians recognized suffering without fearing it, treating the body as a vessel intertwined with the soul. By placing care into song, by weaving prayer with breath, they created a framework for resilience, for gentle renewal, and for hope. That recovery, like life itself, moves in cycles of ebb and flow. In listening, you may begin to sense the same rhythm within yourself. Slow inhalation and exhalation, echoing the cadence of the hymns. Each breath becomes a reminder that healing is accessible, not only through divine intervention, but through attention, care, and the steady insistence of presence. The energy of song moves like water, pooling where it is needed, flowing where it can restore, dissolving tension and bringing relief in its wake. Even the smallest gestures matter. A soft hand on the shoulder, a word of encouragement, a note sustained in quiet reverence. Each contributes to the broader pattern of restoration. The hymns affirm that healing is holistic, encompassing body, mind, and spirit, connecting individual relief to communal support, human care to divine guidance. There is no separation, only a continuous stream of attention, intention, and gentle action as the hymns rise and fall, there is a sense of stillness within the movement, a paradox that mirrors the principle of healing itself. Strength is found not in force, but in patience, in the measured cadence of song, in the unfolding of care over time. You imagine the quiet ripple of this energy passing through each body, settling in tissues, easing discomfort, opening channels for renewal. Each note is a pulse, each silence a space to absorb, until the room itself feels lighter, calmer, aligned with the rhythm of life restored. The final murmurs of the hymn leave a lasting impression, a sense of breath renewed and heart steadied. Healing, as sung by the Sumerians, is not only for the sick, but for all who witness it. It lingers like warm air after a quiet rain, like sunlight filtering through leaves, offering the assurance that restoration is always possible, present even, in stillness, carried in the simple, profound rhythm of breath and song. Chapter 23. Hymns of the Afterlife rest beyond the river in the quiet spaces of Sumerian thought. The afterlife is not a place of fear, nor a land of torment, but a realm of inevitable stillness, a gentle extension of the journey that begins in life. The hymns speak of a land beneath, hidden from the sun, where all souls gather after their days in the world above. This realm is dim, enveloped in shadows, yet it is not cruel or oppressive. Its silence carries a weight of certainty, a calm that no living worry can disturb. You imagine the passage to this underworld as a crossing over a quiet river, its waters smooth and reflective, carrying each soul as naturally as a leaf drifts along a current. There is no rush, no panic-only movement, guided by unseen hands, or perhaps by the prayers that still echo faintly from the world above. The river itself is a threshold, a liminal space where life is relinquished and acceptance begins. Even in darkness, there is a rhythm, a sense that every crossing is precise, sacred, and known. The hymns that speak of the afterlife often emphasize continuity rather than disruption. Life flows into death as seamlessly as a season flows into thee. Next, and the Sumerians understood this passage as both inevitable and comforting. The underworld, though silent, is filled with a subtle order. Each soul takes its place, unobserved yet accounted for, and the dead exist in a harmony that mirrors the balance of the world they left behind. There is no judgment, only presence. Voices in these hymns are soft, resonant, sometimes accompanied by the faint clatter of ceremonial objects, creating an atmosphere of reverent stillness. The singer's intention is not to summon fear or awe, but to offer guidance, a map in song for those who will follow. Even the living, hearing these hymns, find in them a strange comfort, that the journey of death is neither abrupt nor unknown, but a continuation, a resting place where worries are suspended and hearts may finally ease. You can picture the underworld not as a void, but as a space defined by rhythm and pattern. Shadows shift slowly, faint lights shimmer without illumination, and silence is punctuated only by the soft pulse of souls moving in unison. Here, the Sumerians imagined an enduring peace, a world where even time itself feels different, slower, gentler, carrying no urgency. In this space, eternity is not a burden, but a quality of rest. An endless night in which the soul may simply be. The imagery within these hymns is deliberate and grounding. Rivers, gates, soft winds, and low stone halls create a tangible environment for listeners, allowing the mind to settle into a narrative that is both comprehensible and soothing. The dead are pictured walking slowly, sometimes accompanied by minor spirits or guides, sometimes alone, each following the path laid out by ritual and song. The emphasis is never on terror, but on the careful, assured transition from one state of being to another. Sumerian thought also frames the afterlife as communal. Souls gather not in chaos, but in a quiet assembly. Each presence is acknowledged, each name remembered through song. The hymns themselves serve as vessels for memory, ensuring that those who have passed remain within the consciousness of the living. Through ritual, repetition, and devotion, this continuity offers both order and solace, bridging the seen and unseen worlds with the gentle insistence of song. You might sense the rhythm of this realm, even as you imagine it. Each footfall across the riverbank, each whisper of prayer mirrors the slow, steady pulse of a heart at peace. The underworld is not stagnant. It is alive with quiet motion, a place where the living world's turbulence is absent, replaced by measured flow and calm repetition. There is an elegance to this stillness, a recognition that all things in time find their place. The Sumerians described the underworld as encompassing both shadow and light, acknowledging that rest is not emptiness, but a form of presence. The dimness of the afterlife is not cold. It is protective, a shelter from the demands of living, allowing the soul to release memory, pain, and desire. Even in silence, there is a structure, pathways, rivers, gates, and spaces that echo with the hum of ritual, all guiding the soul toward equilibrium. Hymns of the afterlife remind the living as much as the departed. Listening, one may feel the assurance that death is natural, predictable, and part of a larger harmony. Each note of the hymn conveys both acceptance and care, as if the unseen hands of the divine gently guide those in passage, and those who remain are invited to trust the cycle of life. The comfort is subtle, yet pervasive, a constant, unseen presence that reassures and restores. In imagining this journey, you may envision the river itself as a metaphor for continuity. The waters carry not only the departed, but also the echoes of songs sung in the temples above. These songs are timeless, vibrating through the ages, linking the living with the dead in shared rhythm. The current does not rush. It cradles and supports, reminding the soul that transition is part of the natural order, and that surrender can itself be an act of trust and peace. Even the final steps of the soul into the afterlife are gentle. The hymns guide movement rather than force it, providing structure without imposition. The dim spaces are not oppressive. They are capacious, able to contain countless presences in harmony. Each soul finds its place, each breath slows, and the awareness of earthly concerns fades. In this way, the Sumerians imagined death not as ending, but as rest, a relief from motion, a certainty that the journey continues in a quieter, more deliberate rhythm. You begin to feel the same calm as the souls themselves. The air grows still. The imagined river flows evenly, and the whispered prayers linger in the mind like soft embers. Time here feels different, textended, unbroken, a lullaby that carries across centuries, even without light or sound. The underworld is full of presence, the measured steps of those who arrived before, the quiet guidance of divine hands, and the resonance of hymns that still echo. The Sumerians' vision of the afterlife is not one of fear or punishment, but of completeness. Rest beyond the river is assurance that all things are held, all journeys attended, all transitions supported. The silence is not absence, but fulfillment, a deep, enduring calm that reflects the balance of life itself. And as the hymns fade into memory, the river continues to flow, unseen yet certain, carrying each soul gently into the stillness that awaits. Chapter 24. Echoes of Eternity. The hymns remembered in the quiet aftermath of civilizations, when the clamor of daily life has long faded, there remain whispers that persist. The last chapter gathers these voices, the gods who shaped worlds, the kings who guided their people, and the commoners whose lives wove the texture of history. Each hymn carries a trace of its origin, a memory that refuses to vanish, echoing faintly through the millennia. These are not grand proclamations or urgent calls. enduring reverberations that remind us of presence, of continuity, and of the care embedded in every act of devotion. You imagine the clay tablets that recorded these hymns. Their surfaces, worn yet still luminous beneath the dust of centuries. They rest in silence, yet there is a sense that the words themselves hum quietly, a vibration just beyond hearing. Each symbol, each line of inscription holds intention, memory, and attention, bridging the gap between the past and the present. The voices of those who sang them, who carved them into permanence, live on, subtle and patient, offering both guidance and comfort. The hymns themselves reflect the layered life of Sumerian society. Some praise gods who molded the earth and humans alike, calling upon them to grant life, balance, and wisdom. Others commemorate rulers, urging fairness, kindness, and careful stewardship. Still others carry the intimacy of love, of longing, and of reunion, reminding the living that tenderness and connection were sacred, not accidental. Even the hymns of grief, mourning the departed and honoring memory, resonate with a quiet dignity that transcends the fragility of life. You feel the rhythm of these songs, each crafted with care and intention. The cadence mirrors the pulse of life itself, sometimes deliberate and slow, sometimes gentle and rising, yet always measured. In temples, these hymns once filled the air like incense, curling around the pillars and carving spaces of reflection, devotion, and ceremony. Now, they float across time, carried not by breath or voice, but by memory and imagination, reaching the mind with the same stillness and clarity. It is striking to sense how ordinary lives were part of these hymns, as much as the extraordinary. The names of artisans, scribes, and worshippers appear alongside kings and deities, reminding us that eternity is not reserved solely for greatness. It belongs also to the everyday. Two small acts of care, two voices lifted in reverence or in hope. These hymns cradle the entirety of human experience, offering a quiet balance, the extraordinary and the ordinary, the divine and the mortal entwined. In song, the imagery of these hymns is tangible, grounded in the materials and rituals of the time. Clay, water, oil lamps, and stone halsage element is infused with meaning, and each element contributes to the enduring resonance of the song. You imagine walking through a temple long abandoned, sunlight glancing through narrow openings, touching the edges of carved symbols. Even here, in silence, the hymns are present, their echoes subtle but unwavering. They are not forceful, not insistent. They are gentle reminders that attention, memory, and devotion are forms of immortality. There is also a sense of rhythm in the passage of these hymns through history. They were copied, recited, and performed over generations, each act of remembrance, preserving not just words, but intention. Time did not erase them. It folded them into itself, allowing fragments to survive even when context was lost. A hymn for a long-forgotten king or a distant deity may no longer carry its full ceremonial weight, yet the echo of reverence remains. Even faint, it has the power to soothe, to calm, and to remind us of our own continuity within the flow of life. You can sense the patience inherent in these preserved voices. The Sumerians, in writing hymns on clay tablets, in singing them across temple halls, and in teaching them to the next generation, trusted in the endurance of their work. There is a profound stillness in this act of recognition that time is vast, and that what is offered with care will linger. The echoes of these hymns remind us of this same patience, that even in silence, memory persists, and that reflection can outlast urgency or desire. As you imagine the scenes of worship, the lives of those who sang, copied, and cared for these hymns, you begin to perceive a kind of harmony that stretches beyond mortality. The songs themselves create a lattice connecting gods and humans, rulers and citizens, past and present. They are the vessels through which hope, remembrance, and devotion travel, linking all who participate in their resonance. Each hymn becomes a quiet thread, weaving continuity and presence across centuries. Even now, their words cradle the mind like the gentle rhythm of breath. You feel the same subtle pulse that must have filled ancient temples, carrying reassurance, devotion, and care. The hymns are not merely records of history, they are instruments of reflection, reminding the living that peace is not a distant promise, but a state accessible in the quiet attention of the mind. Their cadence teaches that even in absence, there is presence. Even in silence, there is song. The clay tablets themselves offer a metaphor for this endurance. Hardened by fire, they resist decay, holding within them a fidelity to intention. They remind us that acts of care, reflection, and devotion, though sometimes quiet, unseen, or unremarkable, can transcend time. In the same way, the hymns persist, carrying meaning across generations, finding resonance in minds attuned to the soft echoes of eternity. You imagine the temples, once filled with voices, now empty, yet still alive in memory. The gods praised in these hymns linger in thought, guiding and accompanying. The kings whose justice or wisdom is recorded continue to offer lessons in balance and stewardship. and the countless commoners whose voices form the texture of daily life. Remain honored in the folds of these songs, their labor, hope, and devotion unforgotten. Even as the centuries accumulate, the essence of the hymns remains accessible. Their structure, their rhythm, their intentionality all invite reflection. You begin to sense that eternity is not distant or abstract, but present in these echoes, in the quiet attention paid to words that were meant to endure. The hymns teach that the human effort to remember and to sing is itself a form of timelessness. There is a serenity in recognizing this, that songs of the past continue to cradle the mind. That memory can be both gentle and sustaining, and that the intention embedded in a single note, a single line of writing, can reach far beyond its origin. You feel a kind of calm wash over you, not from force, but from the simple, enduring rhythm of care, devotion, and reflection preserved across time. And so, as the hymns fade into the mind's quiet, the clay tablets glow faintly in imagination, singing softly in silence. The voices of gods, kings, and commoners intertwine in patterns of presence and reassurance. They remind you that peace is not a distant destination, but a state held within attentive thought, a lullaby that stretches across time, cradling all who listen in its quiet embrace. Even in the vast sweep of history, in the silence of empty temples and forgotten streets, these hymns endure. Their words linger, subtle and unwavering, offering a sense of rest. In this stillness, you find the lesson of all that has come before. That intention, care, and devotion are forms of eternity. That peace is accessible, present, and continuous, and as the final echoes dissolve, the mind exhales, held gently in the quiet constancy of remembrance. The hymns, in their persistence, also carry a subtle teaching about attention and presence. Each repetition, each careful inscription is a meditation upon what matters, the balance of life, the care of others, the recognition of both the fleeting and enduring. You imagine the hands that shaped clay, smoothing surfaces, pressing symbols with precision, not for fame, not for reward, but for the continuity of meaning. In this simple act, there is a sacred rhythm, a quiet echo of eternity itself. Beyond the temple walls, the songs also followed the currents of daily life. They were recited at births, at harvests, and in quiet moments of contemplation. Even as the city bustled with labor, with markets, with the hum of human effort, the hymns threaded through, softening the edges of existence, marking passage and offering reflection. They remind us that devotion need not always be grand or public. It can be intimate, internal, a song that continues quietly in the mind. The imagery within these hymns, while anchored to their time, is surprisingly universal. The rivers, the fields, the skies, the cycles of sun and moon all serve as mirrors for human experience. They connect the mortal to the divine, the seen to the unseen, and the momentary to the eternal. You imagine standing at the edge of a canal under a twilight sky, the water reflecting fading light, and you can feel the same quiet awe that those long ago may have felt as they sang to Enlil or Inanna, to Gula or Nergal. Even the emotions captured in the hymns retain their power. The grief of loss, the joy of reunion, the longing for guidance, the hope for restorational are encoded in syllables pressed into clay, yet they speak across time. You sense the patience inherent in these voices, not demanding, not insistent, simply present. Their continuity reassures, teaching that life and death, beginnings and endings, are part of a larger harmony, a rhythm that does not falter even when individual lives have ended.